We put on our blue suede shoes and boarded the plane, and now the American Cornhole League is walking in Memphis, a city deep in culture and history, known as the birthplace of blues music and home to Graceland. We're here to see who will be crowned the next champion of our signature series, who will be going home singing the blues, and who's going to be crowned in the City of Kings. This is the American Cornhole League.
He's going to push this. He's going to try to push this off the board.
And he does! What a shot by Jamie Graham! The and one!
Get off my board!
For the win! It's all! It's back! It's over!
Now Mark Richards has to hit an airmail.
Hits it on the backside.
It's going to be two to win it for Smith and Richards. The greatest team that the sport has ever seen. Watch this again.
We welcome you to the Renaissance Convention Center here in downtown Memphis, Tennessee. It is cold, it is icy, it is snowy. Very unusual for this time of year in Memphis. But we are all here for the second major event of the year here in the ACL. 120 of the top doubles teams have competing this weekend. And from 120 teams here inside the Convention Center, we are all the way down to our final 4 teams, and it is going to be a good one. Double elimination, always some surprises, and for sure we had some this weekend. And with that, we welcome you into the broadcast alongside this guy, Trey Ryder. I'm Jeff McCarriger. Thanks for joining us here from Memphis this afternoon, down to our Final Four. And I tell you what, this is going to be interesting. Obviously, Tony Smith and Mark Richards make it to the Final Four again. They're on the court right now. We'll see them here in just a minute. But is there a developing story, maybe a new storyline with Chris Roybal and Ryan Wiedenfeld and what they've done already this season?
Yeah, you said it best. When we look at Tony Smith and Mark Richards, the greatest team that I've ever seen assembled on the double side of things. The run that they went on to end the 2025 season, capping that off with the World Championship, something that we will probably never, ever see again in the history of our sport. But everybody expected them to just do the same exact thing in Myrtle Beach. They got close, but the big story has been Ryan Wiedenfeld and Chris Roybal, this two new partnership team, right? Both players becoming partners for the first time ever and getting a taste of success at that first event in Myrtle Beach. Getting that first win, I think, was key for building their momentum. And they had to go through a couple of fantastic teams to get there. They beat the Logan Chamberlain and the Gavin Canos. They beat the Spencer Fabinars and the Tony Forbes. Here in the finals, you see here, they did it with big shot selections, with timely slide shots, and of course a deadly roll and airmail combo by both players. This is a team that now sits number 1 in the world. If they win their first game here, they get to keep that ranking. But I know Mark Richards and Tony Smith, that greatest team ever, is going to be fired up and ready to take them down. They will not play in the semifinals, but there is a chance that we will see them in the overall finals. Jeff, I think it's a testament, and it's really going to be a test for us to see, are Roybal and Wiedenfeld ready to compete as a top 3 team for the rest of the year?
Yeah, and it's something, Trey, that we always talk about is consistency, right? And I feel like it's kind of a quick turnaround, so they're going to have to be there mentally right away. And this is probably the best thing for Tony Smith and Mark Richards is to get on the court literally just weeks later off our first major and do it again.
Yeah, exactly correct, right? They get to bounce right back. And the good news is for them, it wasn't a poor finish, right? They made it to this Final Four. They just stumbled in that semifinal game, weren't able to get it done.
Right.
And we're going to see them back up here first.
Well, and one more for you also, not to be forgotten in this matchup. There you see Tony Smith and Mark Richards, Zach Aiken and Jackson Gore into the Final Four. We'll talk about that a lot more later as well. All right, what stands out as far as the numbers so far? I know it's early in the season.
My goodness, holy DPR. A 1.27 DPR through bracket play. These players are averaging per round, 1.2 points net. That is insane. We haven't seen a number that large for a bracket winner in a very long time. Goes to show you Smith and Richards exactly who we thought they'd be, who we expect them to be, and they're going to be a force to be reckoned with here on the broadcast court.
Look at that, a 5-0 record. And as Trey said, 1.27 DPR. All right, anything stick out here with Nyberg and Powers?
Yeah, Richard Nyberg and Colin Powers here. I think these guys are kind of the wild card of the four that have made it here. You're seeing a plus 10 PPR, means they're going to put a lot of bags in the hole. They did suffer that one loss. They almost got double dipped by Tommy Sliker and Kobe Costanza, but they still maintain a really solid 0.5 DPR. They're going to be really, really good going up against Smith and Richards. And now we are underway, and all the bags so far in the hole.
All right, final four doubles. Again, it's the second signature event of the year, the second of 6, a major event. And as we talk about all the time, these majors, these signatures, this is where careers, whether it's doubles or singles, are defined. Now, there you see Colin Powers on the left, and of course, Mark Richards there on the right. You all know Mark by now. Already picked up another major singles title at Myrtle Beach. His 7th national career win. Number 1 on the ACL all-time wins list with 33. And here on the other end, Tony Smith. Tony, 19 career titles, 5th all-time. Yeah, Richard Nyberg there on the right. Nyberg out of California. Mr. 11, as they call him. Heck of a player.
So we have Mark Richards, obviously here in the Final Four of doubles. He'll also have an opportunity to sweep the weekend. He is in the Final Four of singles as well. He went undefeated yesterday to win his singles bracket. So surprise, surprise, we're going to be seeing plenty of him today. Same goes for Zach Aiken. He won his singles bracket, and as you alluded to here, Jeff, he'll be playing alongside Jack Gore in the doubles Final Four as well. So 2 players here having an opportunity to sweep the weekend.
Bag off to the right there by Nyberg, so early opportunity here for Tony Smith. And, you know, for Tony, who has been, I mean, really terrific player, but inconsistent at times, boy, you do not want to get him on the board here early. He bullies that one out of the way. No chance for Nyberg to bring that back. Richards' final bag and slides that one down the middle, but 2 early points for Tony and Mark.
Yeah, it's good news for Tony Smith there. I mean, there's been a lot of chatter, right, about Tony Smith in this so-called double clutch that he's been doing, and sometimes it's turned into a triple clutch.
Yeah.
And so we'll keep an eye on that. You know, talking a little bit with Mark Richards, he's not overly concerned about it. He kind of wants Tony to do his own thing, and he's going to, you know, root him on to do whatever he needs to put the bag in the hole. And right now he's not arguing with the success that they're seeing. And so it doesn't feel like they need to really change anything if they're going to continue to be right there at the end.
Another bag. Out of play unless something big happens here quickly. Here for Powers and Nyberg. That one tumbles in.
So the good news is when you see an underdog first-time team on the broadcast court, and I'm going to classify that for Colin Powers and Richard Nyberg. I've never been in this situation before, right? The thing I'm looking for is avoiding big spots early. I started that thought thinking he was just going to give up 2, ends up giving up 4. My original thought was going to be I'm looking to avoid big spots early because big spots early can just turn into an avalanche.
Right.
They're not going to be as crisp as Mark and Tony because you're going to have some nerves, but if you can keep it close early, get yourself into a rhythm, then you can build some momentum, and that's where you can chip away at these giants. But the problem is you can't let 6-0 scores into round 4 happen. You just can't let that because they're the ones playing with experience. They don't have the nerves that you do right now. Where they're going to feel nerves is when it gets tight late, and that's where it evens up everything.
Well, you just mentioned it a moment ago, Trey, and we just saw it a second ago by Tony, again, doing that double clutch. And, you know, I think there's different thoughts on it. I might be in a different camp. I've talked to Tony about it, and to me, it's 2 different issues. Is he having issues, as he and I have talked about, with the way that the bag feels and the way that, you know, I mean, he's told me that he struggles sometimes with the amount of fill, basically, getting that into his hand and feeling comfortable. It's just not comfortable. It doesn't matter the bag or the manufacturer, has nothing to do with that. You just can't get it comfortable. So is it a physical thing or is it a mental thing?
It could
that's the kind of the debate, you know?
Yeah, it could be a combination of both, and we're going to learn a lot here with this bag, right? That was the first real shot of the game where he had to do some bag manipulation, and he just came up a little bit short, and it'll be a clear opportunity for Nyberg.
Yeah, good shot. Hammers that one down the middle.
Yeah, and I think that was key for Nyberg, right? I mean, the other thing is, so we talk about keeping close early. The 100% thing you have to do, if you're going to play the greatest team of all time on a big stage and it's your first time, you must take advantage of opportunities when they give you. Tony Smith kicks a bag out to the right-hand side. You have a bumper with a push. You have to hit those, right?
Yeah.
Not saying you have to put every bag in the entire game to win. That's not the case, right? But when they miss and they give you an opportunity for points, you must take advantage because the opportunities are going to be so few over a long game.
6-2 early lead here for Mark Richards and Tony Smith. Bunched up a bit there in front. Powers sends that one off to the right. So what do you like here?
Yeah, you saw the hand placement by Tony Smith. I love that angle, right? Kind of sit on the right side because that's going to pull the pin and allow you to follow through. See, he hit it too straight on. If he had missed that, or not missed it, or if he had pushed that a little bit closer to the right-hand side, that bag on the far right may have fallen, and then your bag can follow through. Right now, when you're in this tough position, I think you probably have... Oh, he's got slick side, so he's going to try the same thing again.
Trying to go after it, hammers the pile and goes 3 for 1. What a shot here early for Mark Richards.
Yeah, Mark Richards continues to show me that sometimes I still don't know what I'm talking about because here, he already missed it once. I did not think it was a good idea to do it again, but he throws it so hard that the bag can't ricochet backwards because sometimes you get that happening. It follows all the way through. Mark Richards continues to be at the top of his game. It's 10-2.
8-point lead. And Tony Smith's first bag is off to the left. Also, we'll keep an eye on this side of the board. Again, that's Richard Nyberg on the right-hand side. Again, talking about him from being from California. They call him Mr. 11. Really great player. Got here by going through the gauntlet, conquering that. Just, I mean, it is just a lot of names that you can say about the gauntlet. It is tough to get through that to qualify, but he's able to get through that qualifier. 2025 California State Singles and a doubles champion out in California.
Yeah, Nyberg himself, competed as an amateur last season in the elite program. As an amateur, made a really deep run in the Utica Signature last year. Made it all the way to a bracket final, and was playing some of the best cornhole of his life there. Really showed people that he could put a lot of bags in. That's kind of what he was known for at the time, was just really high PPRs, really being able to run bags. I like how he has complemented his game over the past year and a half to add some different diverse shots to really make himself an elite level player. And I think it's really showing here as he gets here with Colin Powers into this Final Four.
Colin Powers, 2025 Wisconsin State Singles and Doubles champion, going head-to-head here with Mark. That was 10-2, now 10-6. A lot of scoring here early, round 7.
Just rolling right over.
Powers, clean round. And Richards' last bag just catches the right side. Okay, I was watching Nyberg after that last round where he got 6 points, and just watching him during that round, a lot of confidence on his face right now. Do you think he's sensing, all right, it's my game, it's my opportunity to keep us in it and maybe even pull off an upset here?
It 100% has to be. Look, Nyberg and Powers, we can compare resumes all we want. Nyberg has shown over the past 8 months to have a better resume, especially on the singles side, than Powers, right? I think if you look at them, he'd be viewed as more of the A player in the partnership. And so because of that, he's looking at Tony Smith He's already given him all 6 points so far.
Yeah.
He's recognizing that Mark Richards is playing like Mark Richards on the other end right now. There's both pressure and excitement for him to say, look, I got to win this. Like, I don't have to score all 21 points. Colin Powers is going to have to be able to find a way to string some rounds together, but he has to be at least the leader here on this court to get and find points the way that they need to.
When you just saw, you said sometimes you see that double clutch not only once but twice. He just did it twice, Trey. But good bag right in front of the hole.
And he pushes right behind here. Again, this is, if Tony Smith's feeling good, this is a roll any day that he can just pop right over and in and leave his bag.
Yeah, backloaded it. Now just kind of gets enough to tap his bag in front in.
Oh, that's a big miss.
Yeah, off to the right. We'll see if Tony helps him out at all.
If I'm here, I may think about throwing this off, take my point, go to the media timeout, and call it a day.
Can you board it, or you think they're too slick, they're going to fall in?
Well, it looks like he's going to try it.
Can gently put on the board. Yeah, they didn't move, so puts it on the board. So a couple of points for Mark Richards and Tony Smith. Doubling up Powers and Nyberg, a 12-6 lead. Round 9, media timeout from here in Memphis. A quick break, and back with the second half of our first doubles matchup of the day.
Since 1966, world.
We've got a tender navy bean nestled in a brown sugar sauce with a smoky hint of bacon.
We're gonna need like a zillion of those.
1 zillion it is.
WTF Cornhole. From our top 100 pros, we also have Canadian, women, junior, and senior pros. For over 5 years, WTF Cornhole has been consistently making bags and always looking to improve to make the best bags in the game. Throwing WTF isn't just a bag company. With over 10 different approved series to choose from for all types of throwers to exceed your game to the next level. This weekend, only 20% off every purchase once added to cart.
Your pride and joy is measured in acres. Keep them looking their best with the Kubota lineup. Versatile sidekick utility vehicles. The #1 selling compact tractor in the U.S. Professional grade mowers for a professional cut. It's equipment built with one purpose: to get the job done right.
Well, some great views of chilly downtown Memphis, Tennessee. Temperatures in the teens. Great job by the players to get here. They battled snow and ice and, wow, just bitterly cold. But what a great weekend of action. Again, 120 of the top doubles teams across the country are here. We're down to our final 4. No surprise, Mark Richards there on the right. He and Tony back in it. A little bit of surprise. Colin Powers and Richard Nyberg make it all the way to the final 4.
So far, so good if you are a fan of, honestly, I would say so far, so good if you're a fan of Mark Richards, definitely. I'd probably say the same if you're a Richard Nyberg fan. I've been impressed with him so far. 12-6 lead for Richards and Smith right now. Mark Richards going into that media break 12 straight to send us to break. So he has been really, really effective.
Clean round here so far in round number 9. one should go with some help here from Powers. Actually, neither one of them are going to go. He just kind of tumbles it short.
I like the decision there just to lay it up.
Yeah.
Not trying to mess around with it.
So it will stay 12-6. Let's take a little deeper dive here, Trey, into the bag selection here for both teams.
Yeah, we'll start here with Colin Powers and Richard Nyberg. You see those Brotherhood Cornhole Guardian X's. Slow side 5, fast side 9. You can see the design there. So they've been one of the premier Brotherhood teams. Second one this year when you talk about Spencer Fabianar and Tony Forbes to make it on this broadcast. And then you see Tony Smith and Mark Richards. That's a new design. Control CV, that's what, copy and paste? That's if I'm known my shortcuts correctly there.
You are correct.
So you see the lucky bags again. Similar speeds for both bags. These are different bags than Tony and Mark are usually throwing, so they might be a little bit newer. So I don't have 100% certainty, but they might be a little bit faster than what they're used to just because they haven't been thrown as much. But you saw some bag selection there.
Well, a question mark there on that second bag by Nyberg. Smith goes in behind him.
I think you got to like that positioning for Tony Smith, though. You got to make Richard Nyberg do something with it.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially as a lefty. You know, looks like he went for a roll there, and as a lefty, that's a tough angle to get over. You have the clear lane on the right side. As you can see, Tony Smith gripping there.
It's a great shot. By the way, shout out to Corey Russell, our producer, getting the great shots. Jack's on the camera here on the sideline, getting a close-up of that. We'll keep our eye on that. That could be a developing story late with Tony's grip.
I might think airmail here, Jeff, just because you have the upside now that the front bag is potentially pinned by Smith. The backside bag may go on a drag. You may get out of here with points.
Yeah, he's going after it, goes way up top, gets a piece of it to put it in, but the one in his hand goes off the back. So Mark and Tony are going to get a point out of that to extend their lead 13-6 as we watch it again.
We talked about opportunities here, Jeff. That feels like one you got to hit if you're Richard Nyberg. Still not out of it here, but you're not. It just feels like you're not going to get a ton of opportunity on this side.
Stops just short, something for Powers to look at. Replaces it a little bit to the right.
On this end in particular, differential right now at a 1.6 DPR. Mark Richards throwing an 11.2. PPR to Richards Nyberg's 9.4. I'm sorry, to Colin Powers' 9.6. So 11.2 versus 9.6 on this end.
There, a good close-up of Mark Richards. Fires that one in. He likes it. And that one just catches the right side of the hole for Colin Powers. 13-6. Boy, I feel like every time the bags go down to this other end is really where we're going to see some action. Tony Smith out of Northeast Connecticut. Well, he's been around a long time here in the league. 6th year as an ACL pro, just 24 years old. And again, 19 career titles, 5th all time. Has 3 national titles. Started playing cornhole, so the story goes anyway, when he was 4 years old. What were you doing at 4?
I don't think I knew what a cornhole bag was at 4 years old, so that is for sure.
I went to a lot of Iowa football games. I might have seen cornhole at 4, but I don't think I was there at 4 years old.
Statistics on this side thus far, Richard Nyberg is leading this end. He's got a 0.2 advantage on the differential right now, but only throwing a 9.4 to Tony Smith's 9.2. I think if you said entering the game, hey, Richard Nyberg, Tony Smith is going to give you a 9.2 PPR 12 rounds into the game. I think he would have liked to have scored a few more points here.
Especially for the guy they call Mr. 11.
Right?
You know, Tony's 9.5, and if he's doing his normal 11 thing, obviously he's got a 1.5 advantage each time down.
Oh, this could be a big push here for Tony Smith. It's tough. Look, we're talking about a level probably 2, 2.5. It's a long way to push a bag. But if you can do it, you're going to put yourself in real good position, maybe all the way up to 17.
Got to be so precise if he's going to go after it. Yeah, it looks like he's going low at it. Pushed it up, but the one in his hand goes off the rails to the left.
They did use a timeout there, official letting them know. And right now, Nyberg trying to figure out again, and he'll take a timeout to talk about it.
Trying to decide how aggressive you want to be here?
I mean, look, I think the same opportunity is what was available previously. I think there's an airmail, more backside that you could get a drag for points. Now, here's what I would say. If you're really not liking that, the good news is you're a lefty, which means your cut lane is left to right. There is an open lane to almost use your far left bag as a bumper, and then almost like the top bag as a bumper as well to curl all the way around and in. So get that bag on its side, get some cut action, and just ride around and in. So I think that's on the table as well. If you want to go super aggressive, you can try that drag. That would get you maximum points at 3.
All right, long discussion between Nyberg and Powers. It's a great thing about doubles, a lot of teamwork. See if you can pull off a big shot here in round 12. On the way, oh my goodness. Oh, he and Tony's bag in.
Yeah, it's going to be 1 point there for Mark Richards, and Tony Smith put him up to 14.
So what do you think? Can you tell what he was trying to do?
I think he was trying what the cut around there. He
yeah.
just missed too central to the board.
Round 13, 8-point lead here for Mark and Tony. Our first matchup of the day here in Memphis. Our next matchup, by the way, next semifinal, talked about Chris Roybal and Ryan Wiedenfeld back into the Final Four after winning it in Myrtle Beach just last month. But going against the young gun, Zach Aiken, one of the top players in the world right now, and Jackson Gore.
I think the wild card in that matchup is going to be Jackson Gore. Who do we get? What version of Jackson Gore do we get in this
100%.
Final Four, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, I think everybody who knows cornhole knows Jackson Gore at any time can be one of the best in the world, but such a roller coaster sometimes in performance that we see on this big stage. Sometimes he's the best, and sometimes nothing what you want.
Yep.
So I think that's going to be, he'll decide the game either way.
There you see Mark having a quick conversation down on the other end with Tony Smith and says, yeah, let's take a timeout.
I'm taking that timeout. Yeah, here, since you have only one bag back, you're just trying to, I mean, do I lay on top? I saw when his other bag fell, he actually didn't like it because you have less of a wedge that you're going to prevent anything from going in. So in this scenario, I think there's a world in which you could push all the way through it, or you could try to roll over it. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess you could block behind as well.
Mark flips the bag over, lofts it up, and it deflects off to the right.
And Mark Richards held up the 2 side. He said, we're going to give up 2 points. He's going to assume a push through here.
And Powers does just that. Clutch shot there by Colin.
Yep, that's going to get 2 points for Colin Powers. He needed that, right? He needed to build some momentum. We said that we absolutely needed Colin Powers to start putting some points on the board. Look, it's a tough task. It's not easy to do against the #1 player in the world, all-time title winner, Mark Richards, but you had to find a way to do it.
By the way, shout out to our statistician, Chase, by the way, keeping track of the stats and runs. Just informed us that that is the 3rd straight wash on the other end there for Mark and Colin. So exactly what we've been talking about, you know? Well, actually, it didn't end up being a wash because he got a couple of points. But
ended 3 straight washes.
Yeah, it was 3 straight washes before that. But again, to our point, Colin's just got to do a little bit on his end, try and wash it out, maybe steal a point, and throw him back down to Nyberg on the other end.
Oh, and that really short block turns into that speeder bag. When you land right on top of a bag like that, it can kind of just send you right off. And now again, the open door. You still have a cut lane you could try again if you're Tony Smith.
See Nyberg looking for some help from Powers.
Might be like a short airmail, almost laying on top.
Oh.
That'll work.
Yeah. Uh-oh, Tony and Mark lost again. Shot clock down to 5. Down to 2 seconds on the shot clock.
Yeah, they're gonna waste another one here. Might be a problem later in it.
All right, interesting here now for Nyberg. Nyberg left-handed. That bag is hidden by Tony's bag there on that front right side. Goes up top to try and clip a piece of it and goes over the hole. Wow, a lot of action here. Round 14. And Tony ends up hitting his bag off the backside.
Yeah, so that's going to be 1 point the other way.
Watch the shot again.
Here's the Nyberg airmail first, and then
Tony
and then he
just bar soaped himself.
Bar soaped himself.
He knew it.
And I just got a nod from the official that they've used 3 timeouts now, so they only have 1 left. So it might not matter. It's just, you know, it feels like it was a stressful time and might have been part of the reason that they came up short in the end of the game in Myrtle Beach when they lost, right? They used all 4 timeouts. They kind of had to rush through some decisions. So it'd be interesting to see if they can recover from that even with 1 timeout left.
That's a social double 4-bag loss.
Stays 14-9 on the wash.
And right now, as Nyberg maybe builds some momentum, if Colin Powers continue to hold down here, no points over here against Richards, Who knows?
Bags are flying. Our first semifinal. Final 4 doubles here in Memphis. On ESPN Plus here this afternoon, which means the chat is open. Appreciate y'all chiming in. Got a lot of people watching from around the country. Coast to coast, and I'm sure we probably even have a few of our international friends checking in here this afternoon / tonight for them.
Absolutely.
Good looking bag, nice and flat. And now last bag here for Tony to keep it a 5-point game. Got it.
Back-to-back socials. Score will stay the same.
Oh, people tuning in from all over the place. Got a check-in from Slovenia.
Yeah.
How about that?
Knew it, right?
Rock Hill, Reno, Nevada, Wisconsin.
Appreciate y'all watching today. Thanks for tuning in. Great matchups today. We're just getting started. Got doubles and then singles coming up later on this afternoon. Back-to-back broadcasts here on ESPN Plus. What's up, Rock Hill? Shout out to the ACL HQ. Got some people from Michigan. How about your basketball team, by the way? Whew. You basketball fans out there, Michigan is legit.
Beale Street, about 3 minutes down the road. Love it. Canada, UK, that's awesome.
Beale Street's great, but not when it's 9 degrees outside.
All right, this is a big decision right here for Mark Richards as he just slide in. He is going to do that. And, oh, that bag is going to go.
Oh, it does, Trey. You're so right.
That's a big decision that pays off. He decides to play the conservative route, not go airmail, and that ends up getting the best result possible here as he puts this one in. Powers hits 12 straight, and now it feels like Richards mitigating a little bit of damage there. Powers and Nyberg into double digits. Now actually 16 straight for Colin Powers. So he has figured it out. But what did we talk about, right? If you don't if you don't have the nerves at the beginning in 6-0, right, all of a sudden you got the lead. I mean, that's so much the difference when you talk about playing on these courts for the first time. There's nerves that you're going to have to fight through. Now, to their credit, 6 could have been much worse, right? I mean, you can all of a sudden you're down 12-0, and then it's like, okay, now we're fighting an impossible hill to climb.
That was a terrific last bag by Tony. He loved it. Nyberg hammers in the airmail.
That was one of those ones, look, if we're going to win this game, I got to hit this shot. And it felt like that type of, maybe desperation is the wrong word. It's more of, I got to hit this to win. And now there's going to be a clear opportunity for 3 points here for Richard Nyberg.
Hits it, but that you could see the other bag just slowly slide off the back, and the other one is just hanging on in that upper left-hand corner.
Yeah, this would be a push in for 2 points if Tony Smith can hit it.
Does that bag stay on the corner? Oh, and Tony rips it right past the hole and off the back.
And just like that, we are tied.
Wow.
14 all.
It was 14-6, so it's an 8-0 run right now by Powers and Nyberg. Well, those of you in New Mexico and Wisconsin, Northern California, we see you. What a first matchup here of the afternoon.
And a big differential when it comes to side of the board PPRs. If we look at the Richard Nyberg and Tony Smith side, Richard Nyberg is at an 8.78, but he's still scoring points against Tony Smith's 8.33. On this end, complete opposite story. Mark Richards is an 11.11 PPR to Colin Powers' 10.67.
To keep it tied. No problem for Mark. 14-14.
14-14.
20 in a row now for Colin Powers. Man, has he stepped up.
Oh, there you can see the Brotherhood contingency in the stands. See Spencer Fabian are there.
He came so close to making it into this Final Four in singles. Lost to Colin Hodette. We'll see a little bit later on.
Spencer's fun to watch, isn't he?
Oh my gosh,
he's just fun to watch.
Spencer, that's both the Spencer versus Adam Hissner game from yesterday and the Spencer Fabian versus Colin Hodette games were just pure cinema. If you haven't seen those, go back and rewatch them on the YouTube page in the second half of the stream towards the end. Both of them are, I mean, yeah, just watching him play Hissner was, oh my gosh, just pure cinema.
You know, he actually made it interesting against Colin Hodette, too. You know, I mean, he was down big, and he made a nice little comeback. Things got a little interesting at the end. Now Tony Smith trying to snap an 8-0 run, but can't do it. Kind of hit the dead spot. Looked like it was a little short there and comes up short of the hole, so it's going to stay tied.
Yeah, I mean, there's nowhere to put it. Tony Smith's not playing well right now. Look, he's got to get some. He's got to find something to get some momentum. Normally, you know what I'd say? Take a timeout. Problem is, you use 3 of them. You can't use the last one on one that you need to reset in a 14-14 game.
Yeah, great point.
You got to save one for a do or die, need to talk about it situation towards the end of the game.
Boy, you wonder if at some point Mark is going to have to communicate with Tony the fact that they only have one timeout left.
Well,
because he can't take a timeout to tell him we only have one left.
The officials did. I watched them.
So Tony's aware of that?
Yeah, they're aware. They both have. they're good about that. Colin Powers cooking right now.
Another double four-bag wash.
Another wash on this end, so it will stay tied at 14. Round 22. Again, if you're just tuning in, it was 14. It was 12-6 at the media timeout. Then Mark and Tony quickly got 2 points to make it 14-6. So now an 8-0 run. Of course the officials are all over it. We got Michael Gonzalez.
Actually got multiple officials on the court this time, which is good.
Ah, yeah. Look at us stepping up. It's going to be like baseball. We're going to have 6 people out there for the championships. That one had just enough speed to make it in. Final bag of the round here for both players. A little bit of pressure on this one for Tony. There you see the little double clutch, a little hesitation. And that one just catches the left side of the hole.
All right, that is good news if you are a Tony Smith fan. That is exactly what you want to see. You got to see him visualize putting 4 bags in.
Colin Powers there on the left from Janesville, Wisconsin, second-year pro. Again, last year the Wisconsin State singles and doubles champion. You know, he's actually a really great baseball player. Back in college, pitcher in college, played all 4 years.
He's got one of the lowest, I would say, RPMs on any bag you'll see. I mean, that bag doesn't spin very much.
12 in a row by each team.
Boy, incredible. I think, did Chase just say that's 28 straight now for Colin Powers? Wow, what a run. We stay tied at 14. Nyberg puts the first one in. Richard, father of 2 teenagers. I feel you, brother. I remember being there. It's your second full-time job. Well, we got everybody here. Mike Hennessy, Lucky Bags, sitting there in the corner. Trying to avoid the camera, but you can't do it. Jack's everywhere.
Well, this may be an opportunity for the first lead of the game for Colin Powers and Richard Nyberg.
Oh, big bag here. Left-handers release. Bangs that one in. Last bag now for Tony Smith. Will it just be 2? It is, so he hits that last one in, and the run continues. Powers and Nyberg now a 10-0 run to take the lead.
This game was 10-2 the other direction at one point, and now 16-14.
Oh, good first bag right in front of the hole, so now Richards has got to deal with that. Pretty good bag there. Replacing it. And now Powers has to deal with the block, and speeds past it. I got a little help there, though.
Yeah, that's an interesting bag. Like, look, I know you're feeling it right now, but a 5-point round completely kills all your momentum. I think I'm okay going in for a wash here, and that's what he's going to do. I think that's the right call here by Colin Powers. I know it ends your huge streak that you were on, and I know you give up 2 points, and it's so painful to do that. But, I mean, how different would this game be? He throws an airmail there, Jeff, and all of a sudden it's 19-16 the other direction. It feels like all that work would just been put away.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, especially this late in the match. If it was earlier, maybe. Not now. I agree with you. So, as you mentioned, it snaps the 10-0 run. Back even again at 16. Again, this is just our first semifinal. Just getting going here this afternoon from Memphis. Level 1 block. Nyberg trying to push through it.
Oh, that's a perfect bag by Tony Smith. That's better than in. Better than in right there, because it makes this follow-up shot so difficult, because you either have to hit a perfect block or go through a bunch, and he goes through a bunch. Hey, look, and you know what? If your opponent hits it, you just tip your cap and move on, but you forced a lower percentage shot for your opponent. You got to be okay and happy with that every single time.
See if he can pay it off here and earn the wash, keep it tied at 16. And he does.
Another double 4-bag wash, 16.
Well, we talked about the run by Colin Powers, Nyberg's partner. Now Nyberg on a nice little run here.
This is really impressive. He actually stayed on the slow side there to go through that push. I mean, that takes a lot of control. You have to throw it harder, obviously, because you're not getting as much speed on the fast side. So it's real good direction and accuracy there from Nyberg. Now, how does Mark go back to? Okay, he's going to go straight through it, and he missed it. I was wondering if Richards would think about a step out, cut around type of shot there, but he ends up just trying to push through, thinking he could have easily hit it, get his 2 points. In the end, we're back even, though.
Powers just staying down the middle. Last bag here for Mark in round number 27. Can he try and grab that a little bit? Probably not, right?
I thought the bag on the previous round was easier to get. So if you weren't going to throw it there, I don't see why you throw it here. You've made a statement that you are going to be okay with making this a longer game, is what you've decided.
Yeah. Well, again, appreciate all of you tuning in here this afternoon, and those of you chiming in on the chat. Just had a question, and love, obviously, all of ACL Nation out there watching, as you guys do every weekend for the Opens and for the Nationals. But good to have some new people out there as well. I had somebody who just asked a few minutes ago, what is the distance between holes? So there's 27 feet in between the boards, tip to tip. But then you add, approximately 3 feet up each board. So the distance from hole to hole is actually 33 feet.
Yeah, it's a good distance.
But the players, and we talk about this quite a bit, but like where Tony's standing right now, from that red line to the hole, 30 feet. A little bit further than we play in our backyards.
Exactly. And again, fantastic position here for Tony Smith. And Mark Richards has already told him what he wants him to do. He already prefaced him on what he wants to do. All right, they're going to take, that's their last one, right?
Last one.
Mark and Tony, this is their 4th and final timeout of the game.
All right, that's their last one. They better make good use of it. So I think the decision here is a couple options. One, cut around. Maybe you take it with it, maybe you don't. You can airmail, or that bag by Nyberg is elevated slightly, sitting on top of your white bag. So there's a world, now this would be highly aggressive to attempt this. There is a world where you could try a bar of soap. A bar of soap would launch that blue bag sitting in front over the hole, and if it gets all the way off the board on this push, you're going to be set up for 5 points, which would win the game.
And did you see, Tony just motioned as if, did you see his hands, kind of that sweeping motion? Like maybe he was going to do exactly what you were saying, try and take it off.
Yeah, you do have 2 bags left. You do have 2 bags left. But if you do it here, you're still set up for that.
Again, no more timeouts for Tony and Mark. And we could still have a way to go. Tied at 16. Round 28. Tony goes at it hard. flips his bag and the other one off.
So you did get kind of the bar soap action, but you didn't follow it in. It didn't go off the board.
Right.
The bad news is you didn't get exactly what you wanted. The good news is you're still set up for 2 points, and you kind of have a bumper. You're better off than you originally were, and I think at this point you'll take any points you can get.
Oh, hole wide open. Missed it. After all that, Nyberg is in for the wash.
16-16.
Oh my gosh, wide open hole. And watch this, painful. Oh, can't believe it, just missed it.
So now at this point, look, timeouts are done for Smith and Richards.
Yep.
Meaning if they run out of time on a shot or anything, they're going to forfeit that bag, right? So they do not have any time to play with, and Colin Powers right now on a heater.
Boy, Mark now has got some work to do with that bag, that bottom right corner. Yeah, all players definitely notified. The officials notified the players. Jake Brandon, our MC here this afternoon, made everyone aware, players in the crowd.
Again, this is where a place you'd love a decision to maybe think about talking about it, but you can't. You got to just make a decision and go.
Yep, got to go after it. Goes after it hard.
Oh,
Clips the pile. Wow.
He actually did a really great job there. Now you're going to force some type of creative shot just for the wash, and that's the worst case scenario. Best case, maybe you get 3, maybe you get 2.
Powers sneaks around, a little bully bag action there. Good shot by Colin Powers.
That was a little sneaky there. A little sneaky.
That was.
Just kind of hopped over the corner. Again, because Colin Powers doesn't put a ton of revolutions on that bag spin, because he does that, he can kind of hop over corners a little bit better than a fast spinning bag. You know, Richards, I think, thought he was in a good spot, and then Powers says, no, I'm just going to kind of, excuse me.
We stay tied at 16. Four straight washes, so it's been quiet on the scoreboard here recently. By the way, I was just mentioning Jake Brandon. Shout out to Jake and Anthony Ione doing some work on Friday and Saturday through all the qualifying to get us here. Great job on the call. A lot of matches. Boy, it's fun to watch. Such a grind just to get to this Final Four. Round number 30 as that one floats off to the right.
What does Nyberg want to do now? Gosh.
Oh, you could hear the buzz in the crowd.
If you go backside, you could get a wash. If you lay up, you give up 2. But again, they take a timeout. Look, they have more to play with. It's just...
Oh, hits the airmail on the backside. Hits it clean.
That's a huge shot to stay in it.
It also counted as a timeout for Nyberg.
10 of the last 12 rounds have been washes. PPR's updated here. Mark Richards throwing an 11.2. Colin Powers at 10.8. But Richard Nyberg, after this airmail right here, 9.53 to Tony Smith's 9.13.
Chat loving that last airmail banged in on that backside by Nyberg. Clutch. That's already gone off our screen. I didn't catch the name, but the question was basically, what's the most rounds you've called, Trey? And I don't know what the most is you've called, but we know what the record is.
Yeah, no, I mean, 51 is the longest I called when we were. You and I did that one, Cash Chamness and Zach Aiken. Now, the longest ever was a game not on a live stream court. That was 54 rounds. I shouldn't say we're not. I never want to do that type of voodoo on us, but we're a long way from 54 rounds at this point.
Well, and a few shout-outs for my broadcast partner, Trey Ryder, coming in. And we're going to get to that a lot this afternoon. Yes, for those of you watching, this is going to be Trey Ryder's last day. It's not your last broadcast yet. We got one more after this one.
We got singles later, so we can talk. We can reminisce on my last one.
I'm not going to cry yet. Yeah, a few shout-outs to you, Trey, in the chat. I'm sure you saw a lot of people saying they're going to miss you.
Not reading them.
We all will. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I'm just going to take my eyes off that for a minute. Yeah, I agree with you.
No, I appreciate it. I really do. I appreciate the love. And every bag, just hanging on every bag.
Right. Well, you mentioned it earlier, and again, for those of you just tuning in, it was 10-2 Mark and Tony right out of the gates. And then shortly after the media timeout, it was 14-6 Mark and Tony. But then Colin and Richard went on a 10-0 run. And now here we are tied again, round 32.
Tony Smith deciding not to airmail. Again, didn't want the chance at missing, giving up 5 and losing the game. So Nyberg going to have the chance to take the lead and get on to 18. Oh my goodness.
Oh, can't believe it. Just had to sneak it in, that lower left side. Oh, a little bit too far right.
The amount of washes in this game has been absolutely insane. That's 7 straight washes. And then 10 out of 12.
Final 2 bags for each player. Last bag for Powers, and it stops just short. So that is going to give Mark and Tony a 2-point lead.
That's that looks short out of the hand, too. I mean, as soon as he let it go, that was headed for the dead spot and just caught it too much of the front of the board.
After that final shot, by the way, Mark Richards went sprinting off the court. So he might have just needed to grab another water. We'll keep our eye on that. I think that's what it was. He came running behind us. And now making his way back. Yeah, it looked like he just needed a refill.
This might get a little interesting. Oh, that's such a good bag by Nyberg to bunch everything up. Now, the small window of hope here for Tony Smith to maybe get out of here with no damage is your window is on the right side as a righty, so you like that. You can kind of cut your way in. He tries to knife his way in there.
Timeout. Nyberg and
All right, so they just
Powers
used their third timeout.
They have 1 remaining. This is what we like to call a James sandwich, ladies and gentlemen.
This is really tough for Nyberg here. I mean, you're a lefty, so you don't have that cut angle, which is why they need to talk about it. You could go hard at it with a slick side and see if your bag gets pulled around to the right-hand side, and then at worst, you're blocking the hole. Now, it also depends on how aggressive you want to be here. Like, are you trying to get 4 points? Are you trying to win the game, or are you just trying to get points? If you're just trying to get points, I kind of like that. Let's just block up the hole now. I get a bag in. My opponent doesn't. Okay. And Tony won't have a window to get a bag in, so we're just going to lay up. I'm going to walk away from 2 points with 2 points, and I'm going to be happy.
Nyberg, third bag. Rolls out of play to the right.
So he tries to hop over and in, and now, but you left the window open, so Tony Smith can try the same shot.
Yeah, he tried to cut it in last time with bag 3. Bag 4 for Tony. Off the rails to the right.
Wow, and now you're 5-on-3 plus 2. If you go in, you win the game. I cannot believe we just saw side rail there. In the hole, no matter what happens, wins the game. Unless you take another bag with you that's white.
Nyberg with a chance for the upset victory. First semifinal of the day. Throws it at the hole, and he chipped one in. But there was also a bag that fell, I believe, right, Trey?
Yes, yeah, the white bag went as well. So it does keep them in the game, but they take the lead to go to 19.
19-18. Yeah, watch it again. One of these, yep, that one that was kind of pinned came loose and snuck in.
Nyberg's like, wait, what's the math here?
Yeah, right.
What did he get? It's so funny, like when you're sitting away from it, you can do the cornhole math easy, right? But when you're in that moment, so many different things you're thinking about.
Yeah.
It puts you in this fight or flight state for a second.
19-18. Mark and Tony made a run all the way to the Final Four in Myrtle Beach just last month. Ended up losing in the Final Four.
Oh, my goodness.
Into the Final Four again here in Memphis, but in trouble, down 1. But can Mark change all that? And takes 2 of them in.
And now Powers is in a tough spot here.
They do have 1 timeout left if they want to take it.
Well, they took it. So whether or not they wanted to or not, they just took it.
Aggressive shot.
But hey, look, if you throw an airmail here and drag yours, you're going to win. You'll get 4 points. Game is over.
Richards goes way up and bounces it off the back of the board. So make it 20-18.
And now no team has any timeouts left.
And Richards and Smith are also out of misses. Just catches the left side. Oh, and look what side of the board we're on.
Oh,
and there it is.
This could mean 4-bagger wins it for Richard Nyberg. That bag feels completely out of play.
Trey, we talked about this from the opening round. You could tell right away.
Tries a block there, but it's not left enough. There's a window. As a lefty, that's a perfect cut lane for Nyberg.
Gets it in.
Now, Tony, you got to collect and then pray for a miss. That's really all you have the ability to do. Maybe bunch up. That's as good as you can do.
Yep,
and
good
then
shot.
Hope he misses, and then you go for a prayer on an airmail drag.
Nyberg got it. Colin Powers fired up and 1 bag away from a huge upset. Tony cannot get the grab, and this one comes to an end. A shocker here in our first semifinal. Richard Nyberg and Colin Powers knock off Mark and Tony and head to the championship. What a start.
Man, you know, Richard Nyberg built the momentum to get them going, but it was Colin Powers in the second half of that game that showed up and is going to send them to the finals.
Another great look at the Renaissance Convention Center here in downtown Memphis, Tennessee. Just had some people on the chat a minute ago saying they're tuning in from Nashville. There's the pyramid. Actually, that was built back in the 90s. Actually used to play basketball there. Memphis Grizzlies played there. University of Memphis, they played their basketball games there. And now, as you can see, no longer basketball. It's a big old Bass Pro Shops. And it is fabulous inside. All right, on to our second semifinal. After that huge upset, Colin Powers, Richard Nyberg into the championship. Jackson Gore and Zach Aiken teaming up this season as a doubles matchup to take on Chris Roybal and Ryan Wiedenfeld. And of course, Roybal and Wiedenfeld made that great run just a month ago in Myrtle Beach and won the doubles championship there.
Yeah, we already know what we're going to see this season, we think, from Chris Roybal and Ryan Wiedenfeld, already big signature winners. And now we look our eyes onto Zach Aiken and Jack Gore. So this one, we know who Zach Aiken can be. He will go through some marathon games in singles. Pairing with Jack Gore. Jack Gore is a lot of boomer bust. Big shots, getting loud, big 7-point drags, and you see the DPR there. What's crazy is you look at that record. We looked at the Mark Richards and Tony Smith. It said 5-0. You're not seeing two different tournaments here. Aiken and Gore lost their first game of the day in bracket play, had to rattle off 9 consecutive victories in order to get back to this spot in the Final Four. An incredible run by them. All this is going to hinge on Jack Gore, and they'll have their hands full with Ryan Wiedenfeld and Chris Roybal. Really, as picture-perfect stats that you'd want to see. You want to see a mid to low 10.0 PPR, a half a point differential, close to 50% four-baggers. They haven't lost. Everything statistically for Wiedenfeld and Roybal looking very pretty right now.
There is Jackson Gore on the left out of Concord, North Carolina. Ryan Wiedenfeld from Nebraska there on the right.
And we see immediately, I saw a little bit of reaction from Jackson Gore. That's what I want to keep tempered down, right? Try to take as much emotion out of it as I can until the big shot happens. So far, to start our game, Ryan Wiedenfeld start 2 points.
Wiedenfeld, 4 career titles. That Myrtle Beach victory in pro doubles was his first career major win. And there's his partner on the other end on the left, Chris Roybal from Mesa, Arizona. 3rd year ACL pro. And Roybal picking up his first career win at Myrtle Beach in pro doubles last month. No surprise, he's been working hard. We've chronicled it extensively. Has changed his pitching style. Trying to simplify it. It's actually naturally right-handed, but throws lefty. And then there on the right, one of the great young players and really one of the best players in the world, Zach Aiken, just 16 years old from Piedmont, South Carolina.
I see Zach Aiken a lot, just being in the Carolina region, North and South Carolina, and so I kind of sometimes give him a hard time. Sometimes I don't put him as high in my power rankings as sometimes I should. So he lets me know when he sees that. He came up to me at the start of this weekend before we had done singles or doubles. He said, if I win this weekend, will you put me in your top 5? And I said, hey, look, if you know what? If you win singles or doubles, I'll put you in my top 5. How's that? And he goes, deal. What if I sweep the weekend? I said, you know what? I'll make you the #1 player in the world. How's that? So him and I were going back and forth earlier. He cares. He wants to earn respect. He wants to be respected as not just a top youngster, not just a top junior. He really wants to be respected as one of the best players in the world.
Right. And again, that one missing left. Third bag for Jackson Gore is good. Jackson, a 3-time Open winner on the Pro Tour. tumbles that one in, but he's going to give up a couple of points. And for Jackson, this would be his first major championship if they could win this one here this afternoon.
That would be a big one.
Actually, for Zach and Jack, both of them, it would be their first major championship. Zach with an early singles open victory, and like I said, Jack with 3 victories on the open side.
Anytime Zach Aiken gets on a court, I'm always talking about the delivery here, the backswing.
Yeah.
I mean, if you paused it, you could literally see that backswing goes above his head. One of the most elongated motions that you'll see.
8-0 through the first 4+ rounds. Got some questions in chat about the bags as soon as we wrap up round 4, I should say. Check in on the bags that both teams are throwing. And that one slides off to the left. Oh my goodness.
And another miss there on the left. You can see they're throwing those saber tooths by cornhole scenario. Again, moderate slow side, pretty fast on the fast side. Whereas Wiedenfeld and Roybal throwing those dragon bags, power dragons. Branded with Ryan Wiedenfeld's name right there. So again, similar bags as far as speed goes we're looking at between these two.
$10-0 after just 5 rounds.
Well, if there was any question about whether or not Ryan Wiedenfeld and Chris Roybal would have any type of hangover from their big first signature win, I think the answer is safe to say no. There is none.
Well, I think that was the question mark, right? We just talked about it in the open. We knew they were good enough to win one, but consistency, and you talk about it all the time. Can you do it again? That answer might be yes.
Got a big push, but this is going to take us to our media break regardless.
So a perfect start here for Ryan Wiedenfeld and Chris Roybal. And a 12-0 lead here at our media timeouts. Back with more right after this here from Memphis.
We've got a tender navy bean nestled in a brown sugar sauce with a smoky hint of bacon.
We're gonna need like a zillion of those.
1 zillion it is.
Out here, there are no half measures. Doing it right is plan A and plan B. You need equipment that's up to the challenge. All day, all conditions, all year round.
Well, Jackson Gore and Zach Aiken in a lot of trouble here early, just 6 rounds in, and there you see the score, 12-0. Wiedenfeld and Roybal. And back to action.
I'd say there's very something very interesting happening with Ryan Wiedenfeld and Chris Roybal statistically that I won't talk about.
I mentioned it before we went to break. Just had to throw it in there a little bit.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I ain't afraid, Trey.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea to what you were referring to.
Well, Roybal's got a little something to look at here as Zach Aiken puts it right in front of the hole. See how Roybal deals with the block. And sure enough, the block does its job.
Zing. Right there. Gone. That wasn't quite as bad as Anthony's yesterday.
It's a media timeout.
Okay. Oh, okay. Hey, you know what? You know what? You're right, Jeff. I actually love that. The media timeout. It was the media timeout's fault.
Look at this, though. Boy, this is a big opportunity here. I mean, how long have we talked about this now? What, the last 2 years we've had media timeouts, right?
Yeah.
Wild things sometimes have been happening. That's a big bag right there for Roybal. Trying to limit the damage, and now Aiken can go in for 4 and try and make this a game. And can't do it. He'll get 2, so at least they're on the board. But
I just want to know how much I appreciate you letting me blame that on the media timeout. That's very big of you.
I'll let you off the hook.
I don't think the chat's going to blame the media timeout for that.
No,
one.
they're all over you already. Thanks for watching, everybody. Appreciate y'all chiming in. We're here in Memphis. Second signature event of the year. Second of 6. Take a little bit of time off. We'll head to Kansas City next at the near the end of March. Yeah, this is fitting. And Trey's last broadcast. It's your fault.
Yep.
All over you.
That's fine. I'll take it. It's a good bounce back there for Gore. He gets a 4-bagger, but Wiedenfeld continues to roll.
Take a drink, ladies and gentlemen. 12-2.
Some might say that Wiedenfeld hasn't missed a bag yet. I don't know who would say that.
Okay, you all right. That one's on you now.
See, you're my partner. I'm just trying to join in.
Yeah.
I don't want you to take all the heat. I'll take it. It's okay. Maybe we'll actually be right this time.
I swear, if Ryan Wiedenfeld finishes his game perfect and you called him out and I get the jinx, I'm going to be so mad at you.
I might have to tell the late, great Vin Scully to go kick rocks, as you say. I've always just kind of subscribed to his thought. I mean, he's one of the greatest broadcasters of all time, Hall of Famer. And he said he never believed in that stuff. But, Vin, God rest your soul, I love you. But you may be wrong, man.
We've literally just created an experiment happening here,
Yep.
so we'll see.
Good look at Zach Aiken, again from South Carolina. Ooh. Wide open miss.
Yeah, just haven't seen. I mean, yes, we saw Jack Gore give up a few points early, but we absolutely have not seen prototypical Zach Aiken as well. I mean, this is, a player that we've seen literally go into marathons. We talked about the longest game that I've ever called. He was a part of it, 51 rounds against Cash Chamness. They finish in the 11s in PPR. And right now, Zach Aiken throwing a 9.5.
Oh, that's great. I mean, when was the last time we saw that ever? I mean, here's a kid who runs 60, 70 bags at a time.
And then, then the next thing you go to is, okay, maybe he doesn't play well on this big stage, right? Not just an open. We're talking about a signature. But you remember going back to Mesa last year, had that incredible game against Jay Rubin. You remember that marathon of a match? It was just back and forth. And in the end, I think 30-plus rounds. We got all the way to the end. Aiken won that.
Crowd liking that shot.
This is tough. How aggressive do you want to be trying to push your bag in front in after Wiedenfeld drills the airmail?
Trying to cut around. Bad break. Flips over the hole.
And
18-2.
And you jinxed it. That's on you.
Oh, gosh, and how? Look at that. What a mess. I wasn't even thinking about that. Jeez, wow. Whew, all right, fine.
It's on us, people.
In your last broadcast, I'll let you have the win. You're right. You're right. You're right.
The super jinx.
Yeah, Jacob, I get it. Yep. All right, so now we're both to blame. See, I'm just a good broadcast. I've always been there for you.
You're just supportive. I get it.
7 years together. I just can't leave you out there alone. Seriously, though, what the heck? Wow. I can't believe that just happened.
18-2. This is a shock. I mean, look, if you had told me Ryan Wiedenfeld and Chris Roybal were going to win, that's no surprise. But the way it's happened, this has been relatively quick. We're into round 10, and they're 3 points away.
Boy, this game has become so good. How many times do we see it in qualifying? I mean, the games are going 20, 30 rounds.
Yeah.
We're at 10.
10. 11.2 PPR right now for Ryan Wiedenfeld against Jack Gore's 9.2. And then as they put that one in, that one's a 11.2 for Chris Roybal. So Roybal and Wiedenfeld both throwing 11.2s. They both made 18 out of 20 bags.
Yeah.
Zach Aiken throwing he's up to a 10 now. He's really improved that. It's going to move dramatically when you have such a low round count.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Jason gets it. Jason chiming in the chat. No good soldier goes down alone.
Okay, this could be trouble now. Wiedenfeld doesn't hit exactly where he wants to, but the thing is that actually may be better than you think, though, because, and they're going to take a timeout to talk about it, and I'll explain why. Because Gore's bag is such a natural hard cut that even when he throws the push bag, he gets a little bit of right to left action. So while most players can throw a really, really flat bag that could kind of split and push through, and that white bag kind of doesn't do anything, it kind of doesn't get in the way at all. For Jack Gore, it's going to be tough for him to do that because even on his push bags, he has a slight angle to it. In order for him to avoid this white bag completely and push all the way through, he is going to have to change his arm angle to something different. He can certainly throw it. It's just different than his normal slide shot. And I think that's why they took the timeout to talk about it, because he wants to decide if he wants to roll to block it up, or if he wants to go airmail, or he wants to try this a little bit more difficult push than he likes. And again, look, when he threw it hard, he ended up left because he wasn't able to keep that. He threw that one a little bit deep anyway, but again, he had to do something different than he normally likes to do. You have to get a bag in clean or go 2 for 1. Either works.
Well, you can
Can't
see
be off the back.
Frustration trying to roll that one up and in. Not far enough.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 points there. So at least when you went for it, you didn't miss and give up the game.
Wiedenfeld and Roybal just 1 point away from heading into the finals to face Colin Powers and Richard Nyberg. If you're just tuning in, Powers and Nyberg upset Mark Richards and Tony Smith in our first semifinal. Nice shot. By the way, great take here in chat. You know, again, this is Trey's last broadcast. Well, second last broadcast. We'll start kind of reminiscing in our second broadcast here this afternoon, but here's a good one. 20-2 in a big doubles match? Where have we seen this before?
Yeah.
So we'll kind of be reminiscing later on this afternoon about some of Trey's greatest matches and most fun players to watch, best moments.
Yeah, now you're out of help. You're just going to board this. You don't need to do anything. You can roll it. Oh, you can't do that. I mean, that's just a huge mental mistake right there by Chris Roybal. You're up 22, so it probably won't matter, and it won't. So,
well, this one quickly comes to an end. 20-2, and then in round 12 they put it away. A quick finish to that one. Well, the answer to can Ryan Wiedenfeld and Chris Roybal, can they do it again? We're going to find out. They're going to be in the championship. A lot more to come here from Memphis right after this.
We've got a tender navy bean nestled in a brown sugar sauce with a smoky hint of bacon.
We're gonna need like a zillion of those.
1 zillion it is.
WTF Cornhole. From our top 100 pros, we also have Canadian, women, junior, and senior pros. For over 5 years, WTF Cornhole has been consistently making bags and always looking to improve to make the best bags in the game. Throwing WTF isn't just a bag company. With over 10 different approved series to choose from for all types of throwers to exceed your game to the next level. This weekend, only 20% off every purchase once added to cart.
Your pride and joy is measured in acres. Keep them looking their best with the Kubota lineup. Versatile sidekick utility vehicles. The #1 selling compact tractor in the U.S. Professional grade mowers for a professional cut. It's equipment built with one purpose, to get the job done right.
In downtown Memphis, Tennessee, terrific area. This convention center is absolutely beautiful. You and I will talk about this more later, but you ask me all the time, what are some of my favorite places to go? This is great. Great city, great food. The hotel's right next door. It's been a great venue.
Yeah, but the second time here, we came for, well, I guess third time for the ACL, but second for a big pro event here. So enjoyed it every time we've been here for Memphis. Love it.
We don't like it so much when it's 8 degrees outside, but still a great city. There you see the pyramid just outside of downtown and all the snow and ice, cold temperatures all over the country. All right, so again, our championship matchup is set. Colin Powers, Richard Nyberg taking on Ryan Wiedenfeld and Chris Roybal. But first, we've got something else to settle. We head over to the women's tour. Samantha Finley and Rosie Streaker battled earlier this morning all the way to the finals. So the women's title now on the line, and I think these bags are live. I think we're firing right away here out of the break. Yeah, these bags are live, so second bags here for both. You know the names. Multiple championships in the league and in the state of Florida for both these ladies. Wayne, how many times have they played against each other?
Probably about 10 million.
Oh, gosh.
Probably about as many times as we've called games together. No, you know what? Probably more.
Probably
actually.
more, yeah.
That's the double 4 bag watch.
Yeah, they're probably playing against each other weekly. At least a few times a month, you'd think. What a matchup here. The final two.
And just looks like Facebook disconnected for a second there, so Facebook stream is back up.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up, chat. Oh, Shelby Ryder chiming in on chat. I don't know who to cheer for. 100% agree.
I'm gonna quote the great Corey Russell and say Shelby's favorite team is the production and commentary team.
Oh. Thanks, Shelby.
She's going to respond and say, no, it's not.
Yeah.
She's like, yeah, I like Rosie better.
Yeah. Oh, last bag misses left, so we'll have an early score through the first 2 rounds. Chase just chimed in, said on the Pro Tour they've met 4 times. Is that just this year, Chase? Well, it seems like it should be more than that. So is that in the pro, like, national singles, Chase? Is that what that is?
Just pro singles, yeah.
Okay,
four times only ever in just pro singles.
And tied at 2. And Rosie fires that one off the back, so a little inconsistent here early. 5 points for Samantha Finley, 7-0. Oh boy, we have started a fire in chat. Why is Trey leaving? I don't know. You have to ask him. Where's he going? I don't know that either.
More to come on my next stop. But
yeah.
It's certainly been a pleasure. We'll be talking a lot about this over the next couple hours, but it is my last event in the booth.
We kind of made the unofficial decision that we would just try and get through doubles and then really kind of dive into everything in the singles.
Yeah,
and what will be officially your last.
Mostly because
broadcast.
You can't handle it. So
that's actually true. There's a lot of truth to that. So let's get through this one first. Then we'll talk.
We will talk about it with 37 seconds left in the stream of the second show.
So chat, if we can just shut the door on that for a minute.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
If everybody could just pipe down.
No, but seriously, Trey's got a great opportunity. We'll dive into that. Just an opportunity he could not say no to, and no surprise. As we all know, Trey is extremely talented, so hate to see it, though. Who is all still in the women's bracket, chat wants to know. You're looking at it.
Samantha Finley and Rosie Streaker.
Yep. You're looking at it. I would say as far as who was here, I think it was pretty much the same cast of characters, right? I think I saw Sarah Cassidy out there, so I mean some really heavy hitters when it comes to the women's side.
Yeah, Final Four for women's singles was Rosie Streaker against Lori Duhl-Griswold. Streaker won that one 21-16, and then Sam Finley defeated Elizabeth Tennyson in the semifinals on the other side of the bracket.
9-0 round 6. All right, Corey, you ready for a little deep dive into the bags here that the ladies are throwing? Let's take a look here for Sam and for Rosie. There's Rosie's BG bags, the BG Omen.
Yeah, newer series there by BG. I hadn't seen a lot of those yet on the broadcast courts, so good to see those.
And for Sam on the other end, Dragon bags.
Yeah, I love the designs when you get the signature on there. I think they just look so good.
I like that one. I love her signature. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it looks really good. Now it just tumbles in. Rosie says, I'll take it. Well, Samantha Finley's game has been, I mean, just amazing to watch. Did this start in Europe when this run kind of began for her? Wasn't it about a year ago? A little over a year ago?
Yeah, I don't think. Well, it's not that long. When she won in Europe, that was only in September. I mean,
was it just September?
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
And
so more recent then. I don't know what's happened, but she's really
you
really
kind of saw
well.
a little bit of it in. I mean, you certainly had to see a little bit of it in at the World Championships, right? She made it all the way to the finals against Caitlin Allshouse, and Caitlin Allshouse won, but you saw her really starting to play a lot better, and then all of a sudden she went on that tear, right? She started winning events. She won in Europe. She won. She's been playing really, really well at the conference interstate level.
Yeah.
So that's been impressive to see.
And she's always been a terrific player, but the execution And the consistency, I feel like it's gone to another level in the last 7 or 8 months. Hey, Chase, can you just zip it on the streaks? I'm not talking about it. Wait, we're already getting too much heat on chat. Oh, I like that. That's good, Chase. We can do that. All right, we'll see if it continues. We'll try that and see if it works.
Yeah, Rosie trying to see if she can collect that. I think that's out of play now. This might take us right to the media timeout.
Can appreciate everyone behind the scenes. Corey Russell, our producer. Chase, back in our home office, or is he at home?
Home.
Keeping track of the stats, working remotely, keeping track of the runs, consecutive bags fired. Ooh, and a big bag there with the drag. Samantha Finley says, yeah, good job.
She says, no media timeout just yet.
Yeah. Look at this. Rosie locked in. Yeah. Nice shot. Stays 9-0.
Well, that one's not going to be collectible there on the left-hand side. And sometimes that happens. You know, you can see as she delivers it, Rosie Streaker does have a downward tilting bag. And sometimes if you're not careful enough and you put that downward tilting too much down, the bag will kind of turn on itself. And that's what happened on that first bag, ended up out to the left.
Samantha Finley a little short right, and that's going to end up being the first miss of the game for Samantha Finley. But on the larger picture, more points for Sam. Now 14-0 lead here at the media timeout. Quick break and back with the final bags of this women's championship matchup here in Memphis. All right, conclusion here of Samantha Finley and Rosie Streaker. By the way, yes, that was Samantha's second miss. I misspoke going to break. I was thinking that was her first, but second miss. Had a run of 12 straight, but again, more importantly, a 14-0 lead. And last bag here for Samantha Maybe. See what happens here with Rosie's bag. That skids to a stop. So ends up being a wash.
Comes up just short. Another bag and Finley's would fall, so probably would have been tough for Streaker to slide in anyway.
Again, if you're just tuning in, coming up next, we'll have Ryan Wiedenfeld and Chris Roybal trying to go back-to-back in the first 2 signature events of 2026. As they'll be taking on Colin Powers and Richard Nyberg. And then later on this afternoon, in what will be Trey Ryder's last broadcast here with the ACL, what a singles final we're going to have to watch, brother.
Oh, boy.
Colin Hodette, Zach Aiken, Mark Richards, Matt Guy.
It's pretty loaded.
You know, we'll also have the Pro Juniors final in that quickly as well. Cash Chamness and Madden Franco.
Anytime Cash Chamness, the 10-year-old, walks onto the court, people pay attention.
Yeah. So our second broadcast will be a good one as well. Real quick, any thoughts on Nyberg, Powers, Wiedenfeld, Roybal? Can Nyberg and Powers do it again after taking out Mark and Tony?
Yeah, that's. You know what? Richard Nyberg needs to up his game just a little bit. But Colin Powers, you just keep doing what you've been doing, buddy.
Yeah.
I mean, you just do the same thing. They're going to have just as good a chance as anybody.
Played really well. He went head-to-head against Mark. Played really well in that matchup.
Oh, that bag is slick side, and it's kind of in a weird position that it actually may settle back towards the hole. Moved a little bit there, but I don't think there's enough bags left to get it to move.
And Rosie just gets that one to drip in. So she'll get on the board here to make it 14-2. Just drips in. Actually, no, one of our, correct me if I'm wrong on this, didn't we have an early COVID via over-the-computer broadcast where we went down to the Streakers and had Rosie and Davis?
Oh, my goodness.
Didn't we do something from home?
Talking about like virtual tournaments?
Didn't we do it virtual?
Yeah, there was.
Was it Rosie and Davis? I just remember
like a match play.
All these things are coming back of our time together. Didn't we do one from home virtually before we started the COVID tour?
Yeah, now that you say that.
Because I think you had to send me some information.
We were doing some type of match
play.
Yeah, we were doing some type of match play because when COVID hit, we couldn't do anything. So we're like, who can set up a streaming area in their house and we can broadcast it remotely?
Didn't we? We kind of flirted with it.
Yeah.
I just
Going
remember
way
that.
back. COVID, man. What a wild ride that was. Set the stage. I mean, the ACL had this big event in Cleveland set up.
Yep.
And got shut down by the city. Said, nope, can't have it. Everybody had already traveled there. Said, get out. And kind of had no idea the league was kind of in limbo. And shout out to Stacy. He said, we got to find a way to put on some events to get some TV time, take advantage of it, and make the sponsors happy. And so 7-stop tour to a bunch of places where there was nobody anywhere we went.
Empty airports?
Completely empty.
Yeah, that
empty
was crazy.
restaurants, empty areas. I mean, we started in Rock Hill. Did an event there. I mean, that was, everybody's wearing masks and face shields and temperature checks.
That was the coming out party for Matt Morton, wasn't it? Kind of the beginning and unfortunately kind of the end of his career.
Yep. And then so you had that, and then we went to.
But he was a rock star. I mean, Matt Morton, because everyone on the planet was watching.
Yep.
I mean, there was nothing else on TV, so everyone at home knew the name Matt Morton.
We literally did like 4.5 hours on ESPN, and one afternoon. He won.
Matt was a rock star for a minute. It was a great matchup, though. It was kind of a win-win because while yes, ACL was trying to figure out a way to survive and get on TV, ESPN needed some help too. I mean, they were clamoring for live programming, so it ended up being a win-win.
Sam Finley up above an 11 on the PPR right now. 11.07 to Rosie Streaker's 10.07.
That virtual seems, I'm thinking about that again. That seems like a different lifetime ago.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Oh, nice shot.
Finley just throwing with complete confidence and going to get another point, a couple points for it. I mean, when you're up 17-2, you just feel like everything hits. You don't need to do this, but why not, right?
Right. Again, once this game is over, we'll take a quick break, and then we're back with our pro doubles final. Colin Powers, Richard Nyberg knocking off Mark and Tony. And they'll take on Ryan Wiedenfeld and Chris Roybal.
Finley just trying to stop a freight train right now. I mean,
Oh. Off the back, Sam Finley.
That's going to do it.
Is going to win it. Yep. That one off to the left by Rosie. Didn't matter anyway, so Sam Finley dominant again, 19-2, and then puts it away in round number 17. Impressive victory. And another title for Samantha Finley. Gets the trophy from Stacy Moore, the commissioner. Boy, he's done that a lot with Samantha. She'll pick up some more hardware and get another championship title, this time in Memphis, Tennessee. All right, we're back with our pro doubles title matchup right after this.
We've got a tender navy bean nestled in a brown sugar sauce with a smoky hint of bacon.
We're gonna need like a zillion of those.
1 zillion it is.
Out here, there are no half measures. Doing it right is plan A and plan B. You need equipment that's up to the challenge. All day, all conditions, all year round.
Our pro doubles championship matchup is set. Colin Powers and Richard Nyberg pulled off a huge upset back in the semifinals. We'll be facing off against Ryan Wiedenfeld and Chris Roybal, trying to go back-to-back. They just won it in Myrtle Beach last month. Can they do it again? Players just about done with their warm-up tosses, so just moments away from our Pro Doubles Championship here in Memphis. All right, Trey, let's dive into the numbers. Pretty good PPR there, 10.2, 5-1 record so far.
Yeah, really. Again, when you talk about ideal statistics, you're looking for above a 10 and about a half a point DPR. They've accomplished that. They had the one loss in the bracket final of getting to this point, and they almost got double dipped, but able to hold off Tommy Sliker and Kobe Costanza. So I was really impressed by what Colin Powers was able to do in that semifinal, right up against Mark Richards, #1 player in the world.
Well, and again, you talk about the 10.5 number, over 10 PPR and over 0.5 DPR. There you go again.
It's really, again, what you continue to see right there. So 10 PPR, 10.42 there, right at 50%, almost 4-bagger percentage, undefeated on the weekend. I mean, you really look at this entire run by Wiedenfeld and Roybal, it has been historic, and it's really been the emergence of these two players together, finding suitable partners. They bounced around with different partners over the past couple of years and now have ended up together, and so far I think the chemistry is working.
Colin Powers there on the left, out of Janesville, Wisconsin, second-year ACL pro, going head-to-head against Ryan Wiedenfeld here on this left side. Wiedenfeld out of the state of Nebraska, 4 career titles. And Powers will have the honors, and away we go here in our championship for Pro Doubles. Anything, you know these players pretty well, Trey. I mean, here out of the gates, any type of trends, anything you've seen over the weekend or that you know just from watching them over the last year that would be of note?
Well, look, I think the one thing that I've always looked at, specifically when it comes to Ryan Wiedenfeld, is we know he can do that.
So that.
The thing is, he's always had all of the shots, right? The question has been whether or not he could be okay being a little bit boring when he needed to be. Could he throw 30 bags in a row, right? Because if he could do that, then that would allow him to get into stretches where he could not get bored and not get impatient is really the better way to look at it.
Okay.
Because when he got impatient, it's like, okay, well, now let me throw a block because I don't want to do this anymore. Then all of a sudden you don't hit the block perfectly. You give up 2 points. Now you're trying to scramble, and that's when it can snowball.
Mm-hmm.
For Ryan Wiedenfeld to be able to get more patient, I think that has been the single biggest key for him to have success recently this season.
Meanwhile, on this end, you got Chris Roybal there on the left in a little bit of trouble early, taking on Richard Nyberg. And Roybal is able to get that one in. He's got 1 bag left in his hand. Nyberg's final bag sneaks it in, clean on the right side, and big bag early here for Roybal.
Will he go drag? No, he's going to try to cut, and it works.
Nice. Grabs it, yanks it in. So he'll just give up 2. Love this. Great technique. Little cut. Just enough to grab it and sink it in. Talked about Colin Powers back in our semifinal matchup. But if you're just tuning in, again, he's had a lot of success on the state level. 2025 Wisconsin State singles and doubles champion.
Every time I look at Colin Powers, the technique is just so unique when it comes to this pro level. He is gripping so much of that bag. And a rare miss that we've seen here.
And Wiedenfeld really had a chance to capitalize and really put him in a big hole.
Yeah, Colin Powers in particular, like I said, doesn't spin it a ton, doesn't have a ton of revolution,
right,
and grips so much of the bag. And when you compare it to some of these other players who do it, and again, technique is all about, like, if the bag gets there, the bag gets there. You see a very traditional kind of butterfly grip right there. Pinch the top of the bag in, get those corners to look like that butterfly formation. That's very typical of Chris Roybal there. So that's different, and I mean that's standard and different for Colin Powers. And then right next to him there on the right, you'll see Nyberg here as he grips it. Again, see how much he's only gripping a little bit of the corner or that bottom side of the bag, and then he is kind of doing a little bit of that butterfly action. But when you watch Colin Powers on the other end, you're going to see all 4 of his fingers extended as far as they can be on the bottom side of the bag. He's grabbing so much of that bag. Again, it's just very unorthodox.
Four-bagger for Roybal. I'll give him 2 more. 5-2.
Couple more points, 5-2.
But take a look at it here. You just saw how little of the bottom side of the bag you got someone like a Richard Nyberg gripping. And look there. See on Ryan Wiedenfeld, where his fingers are, he's just grabbing a little bit of the bottom. Colin Powers, his entire hand is underneath there. It's almost like he's sitting the bag completely on top of his hand rather than grabbing it from the side.
Yeah, his fingers just full, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
all fingers.
Again, technique is whatever you need it to be, and it's obviously got him all the way here. It's just a stark contrast to his opponents.
Wiedenfeld trying to cut it in that right side.
That might not be a bad idea because it could bunch those. No, it does not, but it's still going to be 2 points because it doesn't follow.
7-2.
Well, quickly 7-2 here in round 6 for the doubles championship. Thanks so much, everybody, for tuning in here this afternoon. Championship day here in Memphis. Michael in the chat, 2 West Coast guys on the same side of the finals. The West has come a long way. Michael, man, great point. Great point. And again, as we kind of reminisce about our time together here over the last 7 years coming to an end here this afternoon, I remember when we started this during COVID, just a couple of guys, right, from the West Coast, it seemed like that we would see.
Yeah, I felt like it was Doug Zaft and Bill Hadley.
Yeah.
Just repping the entire West Coast.
There were a couple of younger players, too. Gosh, I can't remember their names now.
Ty I mean, back in, like, the COVID days, you know, Ty Lopez was a big player as well. If you want to go,
Two younger baseball. They played baseball.
Well, you had Blake DeMail and Scott Phillips. You're going even further back on the West Coast side of things. Are you thinking of like Adrian Brunson and Vincent Frisch? They were.
Oh yeah, Vincent Frisch. Yeah, yep. Forgot about him. Yep.
But now it's like, you know, certainly a lot of that. Nyberg is a big part of it, but also even someone like a Spencer Fabinar and even Tony Forbes. I mean, they're a big representation of how much the game has grown there.
Nyberg can't get the drag there.
Moses and Peter Zasueta. I mean, those guys were great.
Yeah. But yeah, it started out so slow, right? I mean,
Tyler Parent and Brevin Valdivia. Those were the 2 original guys.
Trey
yeah,
Hunt. Yes, Trey Hunt. Thank you. That's who I was thinking of. But, you know, I mean, the fact that we can sit here and just name them, right?
Right.
And look at now. Yeah. Great shout out in the chat, Michael. Great observation. West Coast doing some work. Noah Wooten saying, Brevin and Tyler, you're supposed to know these things, Trey. You know what? That's why he's leaving today.
Yeah.
That's why this is his last broadcast. We had to get him out of here. He's just not good anymore.
He's washed.
Yep. Just not good enough to be here. Too bad. You had a great run. Could have been something.
That's going to be a big round. That's going to take us to our immediate timeout, too. Oof. Big 6 spot to go to 15. And now Wiedenfeld and Roybal right on the brink, Jeff, of a second straight signature win.
Yeah, looking to try and go back-to-back. Strong start here on a snowy day in Memphis, Tennessee.
Camping World.
We've got a tender navy bean nestled in a brown sugar sauce with a smoky hint of bacon.
We're gonna need like a zillion of those.
1 zillion it is.
WTF Cornhole. From our top 100 pros, we also have Canadian, women, junior, and senior pros. For over 5 years, WTF Cornhole has been consistently making bags and always looking to improve to make the best bags in the game. Throwing WTF isn't just a bag company. With over 10 different approved series to choose from for all types of throwers to exceed your game to the next level. This weekend, only 20% off every purchase once added to cart.
Your pride and joy is measured in acres. Keep them looking their best with the Kubota lineup. Versatile sidekick utility vehicles. The #1 selling compact tractor in the U.S. Professional grade mowers for a professional cut. It's equipment built with one purpose: to get the job done right.
All right, back here in Memphis. Look at this, some arm wrestling during the break. Gage Landis just gets Tony Forbes. Best out of 3.
Having some nice mid-game entertainment.
I got to be honest with you, Gage Landis, I mean, great cornhole player, but not the bulkiest guy.
But I think it was a good win for us.
Sneaky strong.
Sneaky win. Yeah, put that on the
strong.
scouting report, actually, for Gage Landis.
Had a kid, Gage.
I did enjoy the break. No surprise here. Ryan Wiedenfeld and Chris Roybal both thoroughly enjoying watching the arm wrestling match that went on during the break. Colin Powers and Richard Nyberg had no part of it. They were off in the corner talking strategy.
Another great comment from the chat. Robert saying 15-2. Even the best team in the world gets nervous sometimes, right?
Try to
famous line
to put it into the air right here.
Oh, that's good stuff, Robert. Another good memory of one of our broadcasts together. That's what we should do. You know what? When we start really reminiscing in the singles, we should kind of open up the chat too. Some of y'all's favorite. Don't start now. Some of y'all's favorite Trey Ryder.
Oh, I know what it is. I know what they all say the same thing.
Times.
We'll get there.
Yep.
Can't be off the board. And surprise, it's not. No surprise, it's not there. So it's going to put him on 18 though, and this is shaping up to be 2 straight.
Yep.
Signature opens.
And by the way, real quick, speaking of our next broadcast, we'll take Corey. What about? Corey's busy with Cat. I think about 30 minutes, right?
Yeah, we'll be back at 2:30. So depending on when this one gets done, 2:30 we'll be right back for the singles Final Four, and alongside the junior singles final.
Yeah, it's a great one. So our first matchup, Colin Hodette against Matt Guy. Second matchup, Zach Aiken, Mark Richards. Those will be the Final Four in singles. Cash Chamness and Madden Franco, the junior final.
2 more for Ryan and Chris. 20-2.
Well,
1 point away from back-to-back. I mean, it's interesting, right? We talked about it in the open. And, a lot of talk on Mark and Tony. No surprise at all. But Ryan Wiedenfeld and Chris Roybal have been the talk of the ACL and Pro doubles so far. The consistency. 20-2.
All right, there's an open door opportunity.
Yep. Nyberg, the left-hander, grabs the left side. Trying to get a couple here in round 10.
Oh, can Nyberg sneak in the left side?
Nope. takes it with him, but still, a couple of points, makes it 20-4.
Get a couple points, 20-4.
Yeah, that killed a 20-0 run. Not the kind of run you want to be on the opposite side of.
No. You know, we talk about it all the time. I was just kind of looking at some of the career stats here for Chris Roybal and Ryan Wiedenfeld. It's so hard to win a national. We talk about it all the time. It's just different. And they both picked up their first and about to pick up their second.
Oh, if you drag it for the win.
Going after it. Oh, and chunks it in, but the one in his hand goes off the back. Inches away from their second major championship victory in as many events.
Points per round check here. Ryan Wiedenfeld throwing a 10.5 after that round. Colin Powers an 8.5. So we talked about just keep doing what you were doing against Mark Richards. That just not been almost 2 full points. No, more than 2 full points lower from a PPR perspective for Colin Powers here in the finals. Chris Roybal throwing an 11.2. And Richard Nyberg throwing a 10.6. So Nyberg did elevate his game, but he's still giving up points because Chris Roybal's at an 11.2.
Nyberg fires that one on the board. Lines him up side by side in front of the hole. Good roll attempt there by Roybal. A little bit right. Gets stuck a bit. Those starting to work their way back. And a timeout to take a look at it.
I know you want to try to find a way to win the game in this round, but I think you're actually going to you're better off just trying to mitigate damage here. I'd like to plug here. Those back two bags look like they may go on impact, meaning that if you impact lower of the board, then those bags will have some time to actually fall back before the bag slides up. So I want to land a slide shot deeper up the board that then gets to the bags before they have a chance to start falling back. And if you do that, you can plug them. Perfect. Just absolutely perfect. Could not have done anything better to walk it over there. And now Richard Nyberg has nothing to do because he can't try an aggressive airmail, because if he ricochets off the back, he's going to give up a single point when Roybal boards it and they'll lose. I mean, you just couldn't have done it any better if you're Chris Roybal. Are they going to try to go 3 for 2 for the win? That seems a little aggressive. Yeah, there you go.
Just puts it on the board.
See, the crowd kind of wanted something aggressive to win the game, but look, they saved 4 points by attacking it the way that they did. And I know everybody's like, well, the game is almost over here. Look, 20-9, you're giving someone a little bit of hope.
Getting to double digits is huge.
Yes.
Yeah, when you're trying to come back like this. Yeah, we've seen it. Yeah, 20-5 versus 20-9. Big difference. I agree with you.
All of a sudden, now you have a round to win it. Because Ryan Wiedenfeld pushes everything up. Now he's in prime position, and Powers is in desperation mode. He split it. This is a huge push up the center, essentially, for the win.
Yeah, this could pretty much wrap it up. Oh, they're kind of lined up like a loaf of bread.
You want to stay away from this if you're Powers. He does, and that's really good. You got to find a way to pull. And so, yeah, that's a great point. Roybal is going to attack that blue bag as hard as he can, even if he goes off the back.
Just needs to unplug it, and he does. Able to pull the string on that bag, gets enough in to win it, and Ryan Wiedenfeld, Chris Roybal, incredible start to 2026. Back-to-back Pro Doubles titles as they take it down today here in Memphis.
And look, the decision-making, the chemistry, the communication to get a creative shot there. Just pull that bag, pull the switch, have the bags fall, sacrifice it. We just need a point. These two have developed incredible chemistry in such a short period of time. and now have solidified themselves as the #1 team in the world here in 2026 for at least the foreseeable future. Time will tell if they continue to elevate at that point or if someone can eventually catch them.
And how about this? Also in back-to-back events, Mark Richards, Tony Smith in the Final Four, and both times they're the victors.
Incredible.
Congratulations, Ryan Wiedenfeld, Chris Roybal doing it again. For both of them, their second career major titles. Pro Doubles Championship here in Memphis. Again, we'll take a quick timeout. We're back at 2:30 Central, 3:30 Eastern for our pro singles matchup, and you will not want to miss it. Colin Hodette, Matt Guy, Mark Richards back on the court, and Zach Aiken. So we will step aside here in Memphis for Trey Ryder, Corey Russell, Jake Brandon, our entire crew. We'll say so long for just a while. Back with Pro Singles here in Memphis at 2:30. We put on our blue suede shoes and boarded the plane, and now the American Cornhole League is walking in Memphis, a city deep in culture and history, known as the birthplace of blues music and home to Graceland. We're here to see who will be crowned the next champion of our signature series, who will be going home singing the blues, and who's going to be crowned in the City of Kings. This is the American Cornhole League.
He's going to push this. He's going to try to push this off the board.
And he does! What a shot by Jamie Graham! The and one!
Get off my board!
For the win. It's all! It's all! It's back! It's over!
Now Mark Richards has to hit an air mail.
Hits it on the backside.
It's going to be a two-to win it for Smith and Richards, the greatest team that the sport has ever seen. Watch this again.
We welcome you back to the Renaissance Convention Center here in snowy and frigid, icy Memphis, Tennessee. Beautiful facility, though. Terrific weekend, and it's time to crown another champion. Fresh off of our doubles victory, we now move on to the Pro Singles Championship and the second signature of the year here in 2026. And what a matchup we've got for you as we bring you into the broadcast for the last time. We'll talk about that a lot more later. Trey Ryder alongside Jeff McCarriger, thank you so much for watching here this afternoon. A lot to talk about, including this guy's last broadcast. But first, let's get to what we're going to see on the court. What a matchup here for your final broadcast of the Final Four. From 230 players down to a Final Four, you've got two of the all-time greats that you've probably ever seen. Mark Richards, the new OG, I guess you can say, and then Matt Guy out of nowhere trying to win his first major for the first time since 2022.
Yeah, it's really going to be a culmination of both of those stories. And so if I get a little nostalgic here, I look back to when I joined the ACL. Matt Guy was cornhole. He was the best player in the world, the best across history, and there was nobody that was ever going to take that from him. We even look back on old footage, right, from back in 2018, playing in the Mirage, playing in 2017 in a singles world championship against Jordan Langworthy. He was the best of the best when it came to cornhole. Now, he represents what cornhole has been, and then when you look at Mark Richards as we transition and look at what he has been able to do over the past couple of years, amassed 33 titles, the most in the history of the sport. He has become the new age of cornhole, becoming so many of the new generation of the sport's greatest of all time. So many still consider Matt the greatest, so many now consider Mark the greatest, and now, how fitting is it, at least for me, to call cornhole for the one last time here on this court to maybe see Mark Richards versus Matt Guy for all of the marbles here at this second Signature Open of the season. I'm really looking forward to this one.
Potentially what a fitting way for this to come to an end with you here in the ACL and your broadcast career here with the American Cornhole League. But there are two other players that may have something to say in this, and two really good players.
Yeah,
Colin Hodette has been terrific for the last, year and a half, and Zach Aiken, of course, one of the top young players in the world. Yeah,
Colin Hodette, the roll king, going to be on display all day today. He'll take on Matt Guy first, and then as we look forward to Zach Aiken, going to put a ton of bags in the hole. He's fresh off a very frustrating loss in doubles as well, similar to what Mark Richards will experience, so both will have some extra motivation coming in as well.
Our last one together, brother.
Let's do it.
It's going to be a good one. Again, thanks so much for joining us here this afternoon from Memphis, Tennessee. These players, hey, huge shout out to the players, all the staff to get here, and to all those of you who have had to work this weekend. I know the temperatures are awful and conditions terrible across the country, so the snow, the ice, the cold, everyone's had to brave to get here. And what a Final Four we've got. And if you're just tuning in, missed the doubles action earlier this afternoon, how about Colin Powers and Richard Nyberg pulling off a huge upset as they were able to knock off Mark Richards and Tony Smith. But in the end, it was Ryan Wiedenfeld and Chris Roybal again getting it done. Back-to-back signature wins in doubles as Wiedenfeld and Roybal take the trophy here in Memphis in pro doubles. All right, we are just about set here to get things going. Pro singles. Colin Hodette there on the left. One of the most popular players on tour. And, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, as good as he's been playing, I believe this would be his first career win.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, right. He's been so close so many times.
Yeah.
And really having himself a heck of a start to this season as well. But this would be, like, no pun intended, a signature victory for Colin Hodette.
He's got his hands full, obviously, against Matt Guy. Matt now 4th on the all-time wins list with 20 career titles. But Matt is also an 11-time national winner. When you isolate just national wins, no one has more than Matt Guy there on the right. What a comeback it's been for him, but he's in a little bit of trouble here early. Flies that one in to the hole, but Colin Hodette is like, hey, no big deal. I'm just coming out here doing what I've been doing all weekend.
Yeah, and that was going to be a concern for me when it came to Matt Guy. Is we saw him in Fort Lauderdale last year at the first Signature Open. He came here and competed, and when he made it to the Final Four, we're like, is Matt Guy going to get that signature title that he's been looking for the past couple years? And then he came out and gave up some big points early in that one, ends up losing, not getting the title. That's what I was worried about here, and a 4-spot early is still a little bit of concern for me. Now, if there's any good news about Matt Guy, the story of the weekend when it has come to Matt Guy has come on the front of health. I mean, he came up to me specifically and said, hey, he said, a healthy goat is the best goat, right? That's what he said to me. And
that's great.
And he's gotten some treatments and injections, from my understanding, that have allowed him to feel so much better and so much younger. He's been dealing with some back and shoulder pain for a number of different years. And so now for him to do this, he said for the first time ever, he's like, if I had done what I'd done yesterday, 8 hours of throwing matches and long ones at that, I mean, above 50 rounds last night when it came down to Jamie Graham in that last match. He said, if I had done that any other time and woke up this morning, I would have been miserable. I wouldn't have been able to, you know, I would have been super sore. Even walking would have been difficult. And now I feel great. And so for him to be able to play healthy, I think is speaking a lot to his success this weekend.
Yeah, I think as soon as he finished, I mean, I think the 3 words out of his mouth were, I'm healthy again.
Yeah.
I'm healthy again. He said it multiple times. And here he is in the Final Four. Down 4-0 though. Colin Hodette, good starts. Colin, again, really popular player, 21 years old, out of the state of Vermont. 2nd-year ACL Pro, looking for his first career win. First ACL Pro from the state of Vermont.
If you're familiar with both players, you know we're not going to get much different stylistic players than what you're going to see right here all game long between Matt Guy and Colin Hodette. Matt Guy, as everybody knows, known for those high PPR stretches. He finished his bracket play the entire tournament across all the games that he played with an 11.09 PPR, right? Just an incredible. Only had about a 0.3 DPR, though. Opponents were still throwing at a 10.8 clip against him. Part of the reason is because he keeps such a clean lane to the hole. He wants to put every bag in. He accompanies that deadly slide shot with a clinical airmail that makes him so good when he's on. On the complete opposite side, your right-hand side, you have, we talked about him, the roll king, meaning he's going to lay blocks, he's going to roll over them. He's very rarely going to airmail unless he has to. He can still hit it, but he's going to rely on that rollback to power a lot of his momentum and mix in a push or two as needed. The question for me is, how many intentional blocks do we get from Colin Hodette? Because Colin can run bags too. It's not as if he is the type where he has to lay a block every single round. He's just so good at that role. So far, I don't know if that was just a miss out to the right or if that was meant to be a block, but from Colin's perspective, I'm interested to see how he approaches this game. Does he try to lay intentional blocks? Because if he tries to lay those intentional blocks, how close to the hole do they have to be, or how far do they have to be before Matt Guy starts pulling the string on some airmails?
Right. So Matt Guy on the board, 6-2 through 5 rounds. What a comeback by Matt Guy. Again, has not won a national tournament, singles or doubles, since 2022. And as a matter of fact, he has not won on tour at all since an Open win back in 2023. It's hard to believe. But again, going back to the health issues, I mean, like you said, I mean, he's really been struggling behind the scenes.
Colin Hodette in singles, 10.92 PPR over 11 games. And then you look at the game difference again from, we talked a little about this in a different realm, and Colin Hodette can have a big opportunity here for 4 more. He'll take advantage.
Boy, Colin Hodette just pulling off the 6-shooter, fires that one down the middle.
So Matt Guy only had to play 6 games yesterday. He was a high seed. He never lost a game. He went 6-0. You know, he had some very long games in there.
Yeah.
So I don't want to, understate how many rounds he played, but 11.09 PPR, 66% four-baggers for Matt Guy, which is insane. Now, Colin Hodette, on the other hand, you could argue almost more impressive. Colin Hodette, a 10-1 record. Played 4 extra games because he lost so early and had to fight his way through the elimination bracket. He still ended up with 62% four-baggers himself. So really impressive to see how both players got to this place.
Third bag here for Matt Guy. Down by 8 early. And now final bags of the round here as Hodette shoots it down to the other end.
Tell you what, Jeff, Hodette looks good right now.
Yeah, he looks like he's confident and fired up. And Matt Guy is able to get that one in, 10-2.
Social 10-2.
So again, Hodette and Guy in our first semifinal. Zach Aiken and Mark Richards in our second semifinal.
Yeah, so far in this one, Colin Hodette missed 1 bag. Colin Hodette has thrown 23 out of 24 in the hole. 11.67, 10.33 for Matt Guy.
Hodette literally looks like a country western shooter. I mean, he's just like pulling out his 6-shooters from his holster, just firing them down the middle.
Talk about a difference in delivery here.
Yeah, right.
Social. That's what I'm talking about, crowd. Come on.
Well, Colin's a great story. Not only is he a really likable guy, but there are a lot of people, according to him, who told him that the journey to becoming an ACL pro was too hard. You're not gonna be able to make it. Just enjoy it. But he said, "Hold my beer," right?
Yeah.
And he has put in so much hard work. He's worked so hard and such determination to get here. And now a chance at his first title.
Yeah, you look at the difference in motions here. We're looking at a more elongated, smooth motion here by Matt Guy. Not a ton of spin. Lets the slick side of the bag do the work. We got a real, almost of a flick action here. Much shorter, condensed motion for Colin Hodette. Colin Hodette on a roll.
And Matt Guy is able to get another wash to keep it 10-2. Yeah, I mean, we talked about this. 230 players going through the double elimination. Long day of qualifying yesterday. There were some upsets early in one or two of the brackets. I remember talking to Adam Hissner. He said, I cannot lose. If I lose the bottom half, the loser's bracket, it's tougher right now than the top half of the bracket.
Yes. What was so funny is and he might not like I say this as I talk about it, but talking with Spencer Fabianar, that's who Colin Hodette beat in the finals. I remember he was looking at it. I said, how are you liking your run right now? He said, Trey, I love my bracket right now. I love my path. There was probably 20 people left in the entire tournament, but only about 5 left in the winner's bracket side.
Right.
And I said, what do you like? He's like, the good news is there's only one person I'm nervous about in the entire bracket, and they're in the elimination bracket. And so I'm feeling really good. So he gets all the way King C. I said, who are you nervous about? He said, Colin, but maybe someone will beat him down there. And he doesn't have to come back to me. Nope, that didn't happen. So Colin comes all the way back, and that's going to be 2 points, and we're going to get to a media timeout.
Wow, so quickly. After 10 rounds, Colin Hodette trying to take out the original OG GOAT, Matt Guy. A big lead early. Back with the second half here of our first singles quarterfinal in Memphis right after this.
We've got a tender navy bean nestled in a brown sugar sauce with a smoky hint of bacon.
We're gonna need like a zillion of those.
1 zillion it is.
WTF Cornhole. From our top 100 pros, we also have Canadian, women, junior, and senior pros. For over 5 years, WTF Cornhole has been consistently making bags and always looking to improve to make the best bags in the game. Throwing WTF isn't just a bag company. With over 10 different approved series to choose from for all types of throwers to exceed your game to the next level. This weekend, only 20% off every purchase once added to cart.
Your pride and joy is measured in acres. Keep them looking their best with the Kubota lineup. Versatile sidekick utility vehicles. The #1 selling compact tractor in the U.S. Professional grade mowers for a professional cut. It's equipment built with one purpose, to get the job done right.
Back inside the Renaissance Convention Center. Beautiful facility here in Memphis, Tennessee. Alongside Trey Ryder, I'm Jeff McCarriger. Our thanks to Corey Russell, our producer. That's Colin Hodette on the right with a 10-point lead over Matt Guy, 12-2. But look at this again. Crazy things happen after the media timeouts, and he fires his first one in the front of the board.
Yep, I mean, look, we were looking at the first half statistics for Colin Hodette. 35 out of 36 bags go in the hole, 11.78 PPR. Matt Guy saying, look, is it the best game I've ever thrown? No, but I'm still throwing a 10.67, and I'm down 12-2.
Boy, sometimes in this sport, time to think is just the worst thing in the world.
Yes, especially in a game that's mental as cornhole is.
Yep.
That guy trying to fully capitalize on 3 points here. Oh, does that bait Matt Guy into a backside airmail? If you get it, that's going to be a 10-on-5 spot. He's stepping out, not because I don't think he's trying to drag. I think he likes the angle better on the airmail.
Oh, he's going after it and hits it clean. 5-point round for Matt Guy, and he is right back in this one.
Wow, talk about a momentum flipping round. Using every inch of that lane he can use. Good shot.
Just like that, 12-7.
Bag selection, take a quick look as we get into the second half of this game. Start, of course, with never mind.
Yeah.
Matt Guy is throwing alien cornhole bags, and Colin Hodette throwing brotherhoods.
Save that Zach Aiken slate. We're going to need it here. We'll need that one next. That'll be our second matchup. Zach Aiken against Mark Richards. What a Final Four here in Memphis. Bags are flying. Chat is open as we are on ESPN Plus here this afternoon from Memphis, Tennessee. Again, thanks for tuning in here this afternoon. Pro Doubles champions Ryan Wiedenfeld, Chris Roybal, and now we're into our Pro Singles Championship here in our second signature event of 2026. And Colin Hodette fires that last one in. And also of big news, many of you, we talked about this a little bit back in the doubles broadcast, but this will be Trey Ryder's last broadcast.
You gotta stop saying it.
So
I'm gonna put you on a count.
Well, we're gonna open it up to chat here at some point because we want to try and get some of chat's favorite Trey Ryder moments. And, you know, as we go along, we'll try and kind of chime in with some of your favorite moments and memories and maybe some of your players that you've really enjoyed watching. And I know one of your moments was the chance to call one of your dad's games one time. I remember that was
I
fun
got to do that. Got to do that 3 or 4 times. I got to do that. One of those was during that COVID tour we talked about in doubles, right? I remember went on a run, played against Frank Modlin and then Jamie Graham. He got a big win against Frank Modlin, which was a big one, and then ran into Jamie Graham, and that never really goes well for anybody. So, but that was really cool. Another opportunity at the collegiate level. There was a college pro-am type of event that he got to be a part of. So even going back to the 2018 Pro Invitational, there was a time I got to call his game. So it's been really cool and that brings kind of shows the family aspect, the community aspect of what cornhole can be, which I think has made the sport special.
Another wash to make it 12-7. Yeah, Trey, you've been with the league now for 9 years, been a part of the sport and the entire community. And again, chat will open up to you for some favorite Trey Ryder quotes, memories, as we kind of go along here for really what's going to be our final about 90 minutes on this one.
I knew those were always going to be the two that popped up in the chat. I'll get ahead of them. One was the good one that I like is the Duncan Clemmer stovepipe airmail.
Yes, good one, yeah.
The one where there's so many bags on the board, I'm like doing math in my head, and I said he's going to get 7, and then he hits it. And by the time the shot had landed, I had done the math in my head, but I can't jump in front of you, so you deliver the call, and that's when I said it's not going to be 7, it's going to be 9. And that was one of my favorites. Talking about the stovepipe airmail was always one. Ooh. Big miss there by Matt, staying aggressive on the airmails.
And Colin fires that one in. Helps out Matt a little bit as he's able to just vibrate it enough to bring it in. But still 15-7 as Colin Hodette now 6 points away. What is he doing?
Bounce over. Colin Hodette would win the award for best facial expressions and emotions on the court, no doubt about it.
A little question mark on that one. We'll see if Matt Guy can capitalize here on his first bag. Yeah, some shout outs to Matt Guy, the OG, the old guy, compared to some of these youngsters. And again, amazing the comeback. Is it possible he could be comeback player of the year?
Yeah. Look, hey, if he goes on and wins a signature and finishes a top 5 player, would you vote for him?
I would.
Do I get a vote still? That's actually a good question. Do I get a media ballot? I don't know.
Stacey around here somewhere?
That's gonna have to submitted. Corey in the truck is telling me no. I get no vote anymore.
Corey's already ready for you to leave.
You know what's that's even better. That means I get to turn into a social media hater, and I just get to roast the ballots. I actually think I like that better. You know, I've never been able to get on the roasting side before. I might have to start doing that. Maybe I'll make a burner account and just start chirping you, Jeff.
Speaking of roasting, wow, big round there for Matt Guy. Now he's right back in it. Just when we think the Collins pulling away, Matt starts making a little run back. So now a 4-point game. Ty Lopez, Trey Ryder's the man. You'll be missed. It's true.
Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Ty. I know you all got a lot going on. We're thinking of you here. Yeah, Matt Guy doing a great job of keeping. Look, I was worried that we were going to get the same thing we got last year. You go down 6-0, and I'm like, okay, here it goes, right? It's just another. He's just not ready for this moment. But he has fought back in this. He has stayed aggressive. He missed one airmail that's hurting him right now. But as of right now, he's I just can't stop watching Colin Hodet's facial reactions. It's a good push through there. It's not a difficult push, but again, anytime Matt Guy has to push it back, I get a little bit worried, right?
Well, Chad is going crazy now, but Scott Party wanted to thank you for helping him with basically a lot of different things, it looks like.
Kala from Sweden. I had the opportunity to travel with the ACL twice to Europe, which is a really fantastic experience. Once to Paris and another to Germany.
I really hope, and I'm sure you either have or will appreciate your reach. You know, it's one thing to have influence in your hometown, in your region, in your state, in your country, but the reach that you've had on people internationally. I mean, that is such a great experience, Trey. You literally affected the lives of people around the world. I mean, think how the game has grown internationally since, even since you and I started doing this. And you've been doing it for 9 years. You and I have been together for 7. I mean, it's amazing how it's grown.
Yeah, no, it's been a rewarding experience. I hate this me talk. This is terrible. I don't like this at all.
All right. Couple more from Chad, then we'll move on. Here's one, Trey in Albany, calling that doubles final. He's the GOAT. Congrats, Trey. Yeah, I mean, so many. We could go through this all day. So thanks, Chad, for chiming in. I wish we could get it to everybody's, but messages from Portugal. There you go.
Portugal.
International hits. 17-11 again. So, Colin will make a little move. Matt gets back into it. Colin makes another move. But now it's getting down to it. He's just 4 points away.
Statistics, take a quick look. Colin Hodet right now throwing an 11.19 and Matt Guy throwing a 10.81. And now do you go after this? Because if you miss and don't hit it, you're done.
Oh, he is going after it. Oh, gets the airmail drag. Nice shot by Matt Guy. Oh, man, how many times have we seen that? Just enough foot in the water. Bang, knocks them both in. Great shot.
That's typical Matt Guy right there. Just
Absolutely.
To keep him in it. And I think it's, I always worry about being that aggressive when you give up the game, but to give yourself an extra miss back, right, when you're already down this much, I don't hate being aggressive there, right? I mean, if you let Colin get to 19, now you have to be perfect the rest of the way, right? At least you still have that one miss. You can score 5, then give up 2, and then go on another run. So you still have one error in your pocket that you can take advantage of.
Odette tumbles both those in. Round 18 as Matt Guy easily slides that one down the middle. Chance to get a couple here. And he does. So not to put you on the spot, but I'm going to. Any favorite Matt Guy moments? I mean, you kind of touched on a larger picture in the Open.
So, yeah, oh gosh, Matt Guy's been a part of so many different games that I've called. I would say Matt Guy moments that stick out to me. Honestly, one of my favorite Matt Guy moments wasn't even of him. It was of Brett, which you go back to 2018, that crazy, historic airmail drag to get 8 points to tie up the game against Jamie Graham and Trevor Brooks, Matt and Brett. And it was just the reaction from Matt Guy because it was pure. It was a mix of shock and enthusiasm and adrenaline and just like everything. We have just been beaten down and now we're right back in it. And so being able to call that and see that was special. I'll never forget the Brett Guy airmail and Matt Guy's reaction to it.
Yeah.
It's just amazing.
Last bag here for Colin Hodette and takes them both in. It'll stay 17-13. Yeah, I remember when I first came into the game, I was just kind of, talking to anybody who would talk to me and give me some information. I run into Damon Dennis. What a great resource, right?
Yeah.
And he told me, he's like, boy, you ain't seen the greatest since you watch until you watch Matt Guy play. And then Matt, would come over to the ACL and just take the ACL by storm, and then join Jamie Graham as a super team. Remember how exciting that was?
Oh my gosh.
Maybe it didn't quite live up to the height that we all thought it was going to be, but what a great era that was. Exciting. Fire cornhole, signing these guys, paying them. That was really like a different level back then.
Yeah, I think Matt Guy and Jamie Graham put together. At the time, if you look at it in full in history, I think they're second or third greatest team ever. I think Tony and Mark have done so much to elevate themselves historically that they get that number one spot. But I think they're in the ballpark of what Eddie Grindersleeve and Caleb Batson did. And I think Eddie, I think there's maybe a little bit more argument that there was a single year in which Eddie and Caleb were better. And, well, there's actually no argument. They were better that 1 year. Maybe Matt and Jamie were a little bit better over a longer term. But overall, it was, all three of those teams kind of resonate with me as some of the best all time.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kyle Butler saying Matt and Baby Goat Alex Hicks, that match at the Virginia Beach Open. I didn't get to call that one. That was all Wally. And Wally, you talked to Wally Kassler. That was his
favorite,
one of all-time favorites.
We've been giving Trey time to think last night and today. I think he's got it. But later we're going to reveal his all-time favorite game that we broadcast.
This is an important collect here if he's going to attempt this here. Oh. You do have a bag left.
Oh, boy. He's got to try and figure out a way to get something in here.
You got to get two in.
Yep. And, he just gets two in. And Hodette, wow. Skids to a stop, just a little bit short. Whoa, that looked like it was going to be maybe lights out for Matt Guy, but instead earns a wash. It stays 4-point game.
Exactly. I was looking at that going, okay, Matt, it might be over right here, but he just finds a way, get two in, and then, hey, you got to take advantage of it. If you have a clean open board, you have to throw it. PPR's checking in here, 11.19 for Colin Hodette and 11.0 for Matt Guy.
Comment from chat, I've only been watching the league since 2022, but so much has changed in that time. We were reminiscing on stories last night. I told the story. It was a great moment in 2022 prior to the Final Four doubles in the World Championship in Rock Hill. I was actually sitting in the Rock Hill Sports and Event Center with Cody Henderson. And it was just he and I, and he had showed up really early. The lights weren't even on yet. It was kind of cool in the gym on that main broadcast area. And he said, wow, he's like, I'm feeling some pressure today. It's like, I feel like Adam and I, because he was playing with Adam at the time. He said, I really feel like we need to win. Again, this is 2022, exactly what Chat was just saying. And I said, why? He said, the game will never be easier than it is today. He said, I can see it coming, and I've got to win today. And, of course, they didn't. That would end up being the epic win.
He wasn't wrong.
But so true, right? I mean, that's really where the game almost kind of flipped on its head.
Imagine if we took Colin Hodette in his play style and we just put him into 2021. He'd be an alien.
Yes.
Colin Hodette would be rolling bags in 2020 into 2021 and absolutely just making people's faces melt.
Well, he is 2 points away from moving into the championship. Again, our second matchup will be Zach Aiken against Mark Richards. Colin just motoring bags in right now.
Gotta be in.
Last bag of the round for Guy, and it is in. Stays down the middle. Colin Hodette jumped out to a huge lead early, 12-2. Matt made a little run after the media timeout, but Colin's pretty much been in control of this one from the opening round. Quiet round so far. Third bag coming up here for Guy.
Could that be the dagger? No, it falls.
But again, all the pressure on this last bag, and it's in. Kind of slips in that left side. Crazy when I look at Matt Guy again, fourth on the all-time wins list with 20. You know, just a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, again, going back to 2022. I mean, we're like, you know, Matt Guy, Jamie Graham's going to be a nice race to see who's the winningest player of all time. And then all of a sudden, a man by the name of Mark Richards shows up.
See him in just a little bit.
Yep. Changed everything. Mark now with 33 career titles, blown past everybody. You know, we were thinking Trey Birchfield. Remember when he won the World Championship again just a few years ago? Hey, maybe Trey's going to make a run, you know? And Mark just went light speed past everybody.
Right now, Colin's just saying himself, I just miss one.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I need.
Again, has to be in to stay alive. Oh, man. Around and in.
Yeah, both players above an 11 PPR right now. 11.32 to an 11.08. Insane. Colin Hodette, 80% four-baggers right now.
Oh, my gosh. Stop it.
That guy needs another media timeout.
For sure. He's not
going to get one. He's not going to get one. I don't think I've ever seen Matt intentionally call a timeout, though, but...
Only when he plays Jamie Graham.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that
They were dueling timeouts.
Yeah, they were dueling timeouts. It's exactly what. All right. Open opportunity.
A little sportsmanship between the two. Yep. Gets a cup. All right. 19-15. This one not done yet. So we get to round 27.
Look, it's felt like a Colin Hodette controlled game for sure, but Matt Guy's a weird, wacky round away from this getting tight.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you go for a push and they bunch up the side. You give up 4. Now it's tied. Now the pressure's on both ends.
Yep.
It's
Is this a little reminiscent to what happened with Spencer Fabianar yesterday? Remember? Because he was up big on Spencer and then had a little bit of a tricky time putting him away.
yeah. I think, honestly, though, when I looked at what Spencer did, Spencer kind of like, he plays so loose, he kind of like joked his way into making Colin Hodette lose focus a little bit.
Absolutely did, yes.
And that's not going to happen here.
No.
That guy's not going to be giving hugs and fist bumps over here and cracking jokes with Colin Hodette in between rounds.
Right back to it.
They keep rolling.
Matt Guy just staying alive. From the chat, Trey knows way too much. I agree. We were going to try and see if we could figure out a way of getting him to drink too much last night and somehow download all of his information from his brain, but I'm not sure we were able to figure that out.
Oh, okay, Jeff.
Oh, wow, another opportunity here for Matt. Oh, gave it back on the left side. Oh, Colin Hodette now. Interesting. Matt's going to step way out. It's in.
Make sure you get a little bit more on this.
Oh, yeah, wow. Just shoots it down the middle, fires both bags in.
Yeah, that's what you needed to do there. Only reason I say that is because exactly what I talked about. If you don't throw it hard enough, look, let's say you throw it too hard, you're at least getting one bag in and your other one's going to go off. That's net better than coming up short on pushing it, right? Because you were obstructed, it kind of had to curl around the center of the hole a little bit. It's an effective bag there for Colin Hodette. And we go back to that Matt Guy airmail drag a little bit earlier when Colin Hodette was on 17. And then ended up with a wash there.
Yeah.
Buying that extra little bit of time has allowed Matt Guy to stay in this game.
A little right to left action on that one. Last bags of the round here in round number 29. Oh, wow. Out of nowhere, a miss by Matt Guy.
In for the win.
Colin Hodette down the middle, and just like that, this one comes to an end. Wow, that happened quickly just when Matt Guy had some momentum. One miss, and Colin Hodette advances into the championship.
Well, if we were worried about Matt Guy and his performance, he threw an 11.11, but it was Colin Hodette throwing an 11.25, 75% four-baggers that books the Roll King a ticket to the finals.
Coming up next in our second semifinal, the 16-year-old from South Carolina, Zach Aiken. He's got his hands full, taking on the all-time wins leader in the ACL, 33 career wins. That's right, Mark Richards. They'll come your way next.
company. Camping World. Start your next adventure at Camping World, America's recreation dealer. WTF Cornhole, a bag for everyone. And the Memphis Sports Council, home of blues, soul, and rock and roll.
Well, we saw Ryan Wiedenfeld and Chris Roybal go back-to-back with doubles championships. How about on the singles side? Mark Richards will be back on the court. He's got a chance to go back-to-back with pro singles titles.
Yeah, it was an epic, epic battle against Jacob Trzynski. But in the end, Mark Richards adds number title 33 to their resume. He continues to showcase he's one of, if not, the best player to ever do it. And now sits as the #1 ranked player in the world. That big push that he had to stay alive was insanity. And now we'll see him back on this court. I guess his famous phrase, not so fast. I don't know who anybody's saying not expecting Mark Richards to win. But
yeah, I don't either.
He'll manufacture that chip on the shoulder as much as he can.
Again, back inside the Renaissance Convention Center alongside Trey Ryder for his final broadcast here with us in the ACL. I'm Jeff McCarriger, Corey Russell. Appreciate Corey with all the pictures and sounds, our producer. Again, Colin Hodette into the championship pro singles. He will face the winner of our next matchup, Zach Aiken and Mark Richards.
Looking to win back-to-back pro singles titles.
Mark Richards, 2022 singles world champion, 2025 doubles world champion. As we just talked about, 33 all-time career titles. He won 10 last year. He's won 4 already this year. We just got started.
I'll tell you what, though. I don't care who wins. I don't care how many titles you got. If you are playing against Colin Hodette, who just threw an 11.75 or 11 point whatever he just threw, I would be worried. I will pass on playing the Roll King right now.
Yeah, I can't argue against that. Mark Richards, again, with those 33 career titles, being well ahead of Jamie Graham now. We talked about being ahead of the likes of Trey Birchfield and Matt Guy. Tony Smith, as good as he's been, I think Tony's 5th on the list with 19. Zach Aiken gets that one in. Again, we're unfortunately here this afternoon saying so long to Trey Ryder here with the broadcast. A 7-year run for the two of us together comes to an end here this afternoon, bud, and it's been such a special run. So when we talk about Mark Richards, it's been fun to kind of pick your brain. Mark Richards, obviously the all-time winningest player now with 33. Who is the greatest player you think you've seen? Titles or not?
Man, you trying to get me in trouble on my way out, aren't you?
I am, actually, yeah.
It's just so my...
Doesn't have to be Mark.
No. I just think it's a tough answer to ask because I just think you truly are comparing, like, when I look at someone like a Matt Guy's like a Babe Ruth, right? In the fact that he was so dominant in the era that he did, and he learned to play the game in that era and what succeeded in that era. Yes, Mark came around later, has won more and won more recently, and they have gone head-to-head now, but there's almost an advantage to growing up and learning a technique and learning the play style in the here and now in the current era. So it's like you're comparing, you're comparing people from two different eras of sports. It is a Tom Brady kind of versus a Joe Montana type of situation, right?
I think it's a good point. Yeah, fair point.
And so, and they all have their different accolades. Like, Matt Guy has the longevity aspect of it and has done it better and longer than anybody else. Mark Richards obviously has the more titles, the pure mental capacity and the ability to just be the best mental player in the room and the number of titles. But Jamie Graham has more singles world championships when it has mattered the most. Jamie Graham has been the best player in the building 3 times, right?
Yeah.
That has to count for something. Trey Birchfield, though, has the most total world championships. Okay, do we count the double side of things? Are we looking at that? Are we, I think Mark is building a case right now. I think Mark Richards becomes the best player in the sport, the greatest of all time at some point. I don't know when that switch flips. I don't know when I feel comfortable making that, that switch flip, right?
Yeah.
It's going to happen, I think, personally, right? And normally I would not even go that far because I'd be much more political. But now that you're kicking me out of the booth, Jeff, I can say it. I just think he's doing things and approaching the game in a way that I've never done. But that can't, shouldn't, and I won't devalue what Matt Guy did for the game as far as growing it, because he was, and probably still is wow, that's a gross airmail, by the way. The greatest of all time, and has a different feel for it and has a different meaning to the game. So
I think that's a good answer. I mean, we were just talking in the last game how much the game has changed just since 2022. So,
yeah, it's just so different. I mean, Matt Guy was
almost 2 different eras, really.
Running bags before was running bags before Zach Aiken was born. So, yeah, and a good point is, too, bag selection. Bag selection has allowed players to optimize at different levels. And, so Matt Guy, back in the day when there weren't even bags to mess around with, or there was just such limited inventory, it's like things of that. I mean, you go back and even watch some of that 2017 footage, the bags look like pillows.
Yeah.
And it's like, it was hard to throw a 9.0 PPR because the bags wouldn't go in the hole, right? And shout out to all of our great manufacturers now that have created these bags that are incredible to give players, as much of an advantage as they possibly can within the limits of the rules. And it's just it's cool to see.
Yeah, well said. I like how you didn't answer the question. I'm just kidding.
2 points back and evens the score.
All right, a couple of points there for Mark. It's going to tie us up at 2. Well, I've talked a lot about Mark. How about this kid right here, Zach Aiken? Again, 16 years old, out of Piedmont, South Carolina. Second-year ACL pro. Has 1 career title, had a singles open last year. And had a chance to kind of read in his bio. I've talked to him many times, but the players actually filled out a personal bio this year as well. It's interesting. He said that patience is probably his biggest advantage. And, yeah, I agree. I mean, if anyone's going to go 50 rounds with you, it's this guy.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think both of these players could probably label patience as an advantage, because either one of them is totally fine with a long game and a marathon, right? They have no problem with it whatsoever. And normally they would think they have that advantage over their opponent, but they don't in this case, because each of them is going to be completely fine with it.
Right.
The other thing, both of these are bouncing back from aggravating losses in doubles, right? There are 2 different types of losses. Mark Richards, when him and Tony Smith lost, it was like they had it and it kept slipping away, and gone. You lose it right there, right? That's a frustrating way to lose. And then on the Aiken, oh my goodness. On the Aiken side, right, they just never got it together. They just couldn't find a way to build any type of momentum and to never even get off the ground. That's a frustrating way to lose. So both of them, for different reasons, are looking for a little bit of redemption here.
Here's a shot by Mark. Couldn't drag it.
Here's a better
Zach trying to roll and does.
Here's a better question from the chat that I love. Who would be on the Mount Rushmore then? And I think that's an easier answer. I get 4 spots on the Rushmore, right? It would be Guy, Richards, Graham, Birchfield.
Okay.
I think that would be that would be the 4 that would make the most sense to me.
All right, and then one more question for you, and then we'll move on. Do you have a favorite player that you've ever watched? Just barring winning, losing, just a player that you've enjoyed watching the most.
Yeah,
or a couple.
So, favorite players that I've always enjoyed calling. Well, obviously, number one is going to be my dad. That's a cheesy answer, and I get it. Everybody can roll their eyes for a second, but it's worth saying. You know, being able to do that a couple times was awesome.
Yeah.
But then I was always a huge fan of James Baldwin. Like, you watch James Baldwin play, and it was like there was an effortlessness about watching him play that was just incredible.
That's a great answer. There was a cool. You and I were talking about this last night. There was a coolness about him, right? When he took the court. That's a good one.
Then Philip Hayden became. Oh man, how about that airmail? Philip Hayden became I became a huge fan of Philip Hayden, right? Because, you know, and don't get me wrong, I love Damon Dennis to death, and Damon Dennis would be in the top 10 as well. But there was a funny dynamic of, like, you know, Damon Dennis was always the one winning a lot, as we see this roll here. Oh, that's such a good bag.
Yeah, skips it in.
And Richards here, backside drag. Wow. So, you know, we look at, I'll never forget the one time that Philip Hayden in a seniors event inside Valley Forge beat Damon Dennis. I talked to Philip afterwards, and he goes, I just never forget. Philip Hayden looked at me and he goes, look, Damon, he wins a lot. He's been overall the better player, but sometimes you got to show the sheriff who's boss. And I'll never forget that quote.
Oh, that's good.
And he would, you know, he just always had these good one-liners, and he was always great. He was fun to watch, and he was creative, and it was just cool to watch. Someone just put in the chat, Eric Davis is another player that I watched. That was the player. So many players nowadays, and people, you know, I read comments, so I see it all the time. People make fun. Oh my gosh, that was disgusting. Mark just putting on a show right now. You know, people always say, like, players are getting so good that it's becoming harder for broadcast talent to predict shots. I used to be able to do it effortlessly, and there's plenty of times I get made look silly now. Trust me, I read the comments. I know. But one of the first player that ever made me completely wrong about prediction shots continuously, Eric Davis, and I think that made me really infatuated with his play style, and I loved calling his games because it was a challenge, and he was really, really good at it. So Eric Davis is always up there, and you know, I do have an admiration for greatness. So watching Jamie and Matt and Mark and Trey as they've gotten better, they're naturally going to be ones that I root for, because I kind of root for fantastic stories, right? And a story of a player becoming the most dominant in the sport is something that I would root for, right? That makes captivating TV and captivating storytelling. And then, you know, I always like to say sometimes I wish our entire sport was just the women's division. That's kind of a joke, because there's so many, you know, women in the women's division that have just been awesome throughout the years. The Rosies, the Sams. I mean, the worst thing I'm going to do is start naming every name out there, because we've done that down that road. But there's just been so many that have been pillars to the game.
Well, going back to the chat, and we'll wrap up that thought, but I think Ken says it well, too. The number of great players in this game is absolutely insane. So many great ones.
Yep.
So many great ones, and so true. Oh, my gosh, Mark just cleaned up the pile again. I mean, just the trash collector right now. And that one is in. So wash to make it 4-2. This one could be a while. I mean, these two players have been in some battles.
Yeah, we said that we're supposed to end this one at 4:30. Might as well put that to 6:30 at this point. So.
Well, that's good. We just get more time together. More time to say goodbye.
Yeah, Tim adds Cheyenne to that list too. Yeah, look, Cheyenne's not competing this year in the ACL, but still, she's a big part of the history of what made the ACL special and grew it, and so she deserves a lot of credit for that. So not afraid to mention Cheyenne as well as a big part of that. There's a lot of there's a ton of players that could fit that mold. and contribute to it. Look, it's certainly been a team effort, and they've seen a lot of players throughout the years and a lot of staff. Like, these guys bust their butts. I'll tell you that right now. I think one of the things I'm most looking forward to is being able to be a little bit more upfront in defense of some of my friends out there on social media, to the haters, because these guys bust their butts, and you know, always appreciative of everything that goes on behind the scenes.
Last bag of round 9. Mark Richards a 2-point lead, and it will stay that way, 4-2. Yeah, the staff does an amazing job, and of course, we all like to have bigger staffs, right? We all like to have a staff like the NFL, but it's just not possible. So what this league does with the staff they have, everyone works so hard. These events are not easy. To come to Memphis, Tennessee like this, to put everyone in a beautiful hotel and a great convention center, and pull off all the live stream and be on ESPN Plus. I mean, everything that everyone does behind the scenes. I totally agree. Staff works tirelessly to put these together.
Well, we've been talking a lot. Let's get back to the action. It must be close to the end. Oh, wait, it's 4-2 in round 10. We're on pace for
50 at least.
What is that? 60-round game at this current time?
This is just another example, though, just watching Zach and Mark Richards. You know, Mark with 33 all-time titles, Matt Guy with 20. You got Zach Aiken just starting out, right? Just picked up his first last year. Got a chance to pick up a major here. Played in doubles as well. He's getting there. And who knows, maybe this will be the guy that takes over the all-time titles list. One of these youngsters is going to do it. Just a matter of when.
Looks like Mark, he signaled something to the official, and I looked over. It looks like he used a timeout there. The shot clock just ran out. He knows that, so that's one that's been registered.
Yeah, I think a little frustrated, too, because now Zach Aiken with this bag, yeah, he sneaks it in. On the right side, he's going to get a couple, so tie game now at 4. Was Mark just thinking about that shot? A little bit too long?
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, but he also, I think he wants to make sure that's a difficult shot. What he was trying to do, he's trying to bring that bag closer, and it wasn't an easy as a left-handed player to stay that central and push up through. So he just wanted to take an extra second. I don't love using a timeout. However, if there's an instance where you want to make sure you get it right, you haven't used one yet in the first 10 rounds. Now you have 3 left for the rest of the game. I think you're okay with it. When it comes to Tony, I think when he was playing with Tony, sometimes Tony is the one that's using more timeouts. So Mark is a little bit more frugal with them, so I think he'll be all right.
By the way, some votes coming in for Air Rubin. I agree. Jay, another guy, just fun to watch. As far as the youngsters, Gabe Clausen, Cash Chamness, yeah, I'm telling you, these kids.
Oh, that's a good trivia question. Can you name all the original ACL pros from the very first season? Well, there were 16 that played in the Pro Invitational, and then there was a couple more that didn't complete a full year. That's going to be a test. I need your pen. Let me see if I can remember all these. That's a good test as we watch this Mark Richards.
Okay, Mark's going to get a couple back just like that. So Zach was able to tie it, but now Mark with a 6-4 lead. So both players really slowly just chipping away. Round 12.
All right, so.
Well, we were hanging out with one last night. The OG of OGs. Adam Hissner.
I'm writing them all down, see if I can just rattle them off as I get there, see where I get stuck.
I bet initially just firing them off there with your pen, you'll at least get close. Then you might have to think about a couple. I'm trying to think of some that maybe some others wouldn't know. Was Christine Papke, was she one of the OGs?
She's on there.
Okay. Trying to think of some that others maybe wouldn't think about.
There's a couple on here. People are going to have no idea who these people are.
Yeah. Mark, a little double clutch that time. We talked about Tony doing it earlier. This time Mark had second thoughts. Not bad there. Zach still with 2 bags left. Sneaks it in on the right side. Nice bag, keeping Mark there for the moment. And now Richards able to just grab the edge. Collects them both. And Aiken with his last bag to try and stay down 2, and he's got it.
Another social. How are we feeling out here, guys? Let's go. Get that energy back up. 6-4 around 13. Two of the best in the business.
There it is again, Aiken. Just sneaking it past Richards' back. That was a good shot there on his
All right,
back.
I got 15, and someone's gonna yell at me. I'm gonna remember the.
You got 15?
Yeah, I got 15 just from
my gosh,
top of the dome. So James Baldwin, David Gardner, Alan Rockwell, Cito Soto, Adam Hissner, Christine Papke, Eric Ryder, Jordan Kamba, Cody Henderson, Mike Pfaff, Wally Justice, Scott Lane, Ken Schaaf, Frank Modlin, and Eric Anderson. So I'm missing a partner. Trey Kelly.
Oh, yeah, I would have never gotten that one.
Yeah, Trey Kelly. Boom. There's your 16. So those are the
about
16.
Eric Anderson.
Yep. Frank Modlin and Eric Anderson won the first ever Pro Invitational that was only open to the. So there were 20 pros in the initial signing class, and then 16 of them, the top 16 ranked, got invited to the Pro Invitational. Now the problem is the 4. One was Jordan Langworthy because he won the World Championship and then never went to an event. So Jordan Langworthy is one of them. Brian Lynn is another one. And now the problem is I'm going to have trouble remembering the last 2.
Zach Aiken with some traffic in front of him. Oh, what a shot. Pushes them both up and in. A couple of points for Zach Aiken. That ties us at 6. Watch this sequence here. First, the airmail by Mark Richards. Right? Seen that a lot of times. And watch this. This is tough. To push them both through that slot on the right side and keep Mark's bag there. Whew.
That's why they're both pretty good.
Yep. Tie game at 6, round 14. Yeah, another thing about Zach Aiken that I'm impressed with is battling back. We talked about how, remember last year, I think he even had kind of a brace on his wrist. But I was reading in his bio, too, that he really had some major tendonitis inflammation last year that he was having to battle through.
He really was, and that was actually a concern coming because when it started acting up, he started finishing very poorly towards the second half of last season. And so coming into this season, I think I made a big stink about that because the first couple of events, I was like, I heard he still's got some wrist issues. And if that's the case, I'm not buying into Zach Aiken right now.
Right.
From my understanding, he's resolved a lot of those and feeling a lot better.
Yeah.
And that would make a lot of sense why he's all of a sudden back towards the top of the game.
Oh, and he's got a 2-point lead now. Remark 8-6. This is our second semifinal. Seems like Colin Hodette won the first semifinal 6 hours ago. Doesn't it?
Well, we're on pace close to 40 rounds here.
Fred wanting to know how old is Zach? Zach Aiken is 16 years old.
Kathy Rockwell coming in with the one I couldn't remember.
Oh, Kathy, of course.
Brandon Corwin. How did I forget Brandon Corwin?
Final bags here of round 15. All right, clean that time, so Zach's going to hang on to his 2-point lead. Well, you know, it's so interesting. It's worth saying this now. And again, the guys will get a little bit of a break. First one at 12 here, we're going to get a media timeout. That may even take a while. But I was actually talking with Shelby Richards yesterday when we were walking around. And then I talked to Mark about this, and just to kind of confirm it. And sure enough, so Mark said that during his practice sessions, I don't know if you heard this, during his individual daily practice sessions, he's just throwing 60 rounds. Just because that's what he feels like mentally he needs to be at to be able to compete at these nationals, because it's becoming such a grind. I mean, we always use that. I feel like that word is overused. I'm sorry, but it's just the first one that comes to my head. It is. It's a grind for them all day, and there's so many times behind the scenes in qualifying. It's 35 rounds. It's 42 rounds. It's 39 rounds. It's 51. So Mark has finally just, and again, this is Mark, right? Just different level. Mentally putting himself at a higher level every day, 60 rounds. Just constantly, just to prepare himself for these individual just battles with these players. Of course he would, right? I mean, that's just
yeah,
obviously something Mark would do.
It's a brilliant practice strategy.
Yeah.
Social 8-6.
Question about the original pro players. They signed those contracts in the fall of 2017 and competed in the entire beginning half of 2018 as the first kind of group of pro players. So a couple players that I saw mentioned in the chat, if they weren't in that original list of 19 that I just went through, then they were, then they joined in the fall of 2018 into the 2019 season.
Brian wanted to know, how old is Colin Hodette? He's 21. And again, the first ever pro from the state of Vermont. And again, Colin will play the winner of this matchup. You know, once we get to a lot of questions about it, once we get, do you want to wait until we get to round 20 and really break down the numbers? Or you want to do it after this round?
We can do it after this round. Talking about PPRs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just kind of see some trends, anything that you've noticed.
Oh, he almost gets back there, but he puts it in a tough position. I know Mark's going to take a look at this. I don't think I like going after this slick side and see what falls. I think there's a world I don't hate an airmail here. He's going to try to collect on the side. I'm just worried about bunching. They may all fall if he uses slick side.
Oh, well, they're still close, though. In play for sure. What will Mark do here with his final bag? Drips it in, pulls in just one of Aiken's bags. So he is able to at least keep that one there in that bottom left corner.
All right.
Let it sit there. So Wash keeps it 8-6. As real quick, Trey, watch the replay here. Look at this. Just gets them in.
All right, you were asking about stats. So Zach Aiken obviously leading here with an 11.18 PPR to Mark Richards' 11.06. Zach Aiken throwing 65% four-baggers. Mark Richards at 59. A 0.12 differential separating the two players. There has been no score in this game that has been anything other than a 2.
Oh, my gosh. Well, yeah, we're only 8-6, so I guess no surprise. Mark, back-to-back airmails over that first bag block by Aiken.
There has also been no bags off the board by either player.
And Mark, a little replacement bag there. So final bags here in this round. Aiken pushes them all in, so open board here for Mark. Mark's had to work this round, had 2 airmails back-to-back. And now cleans it up here for the Wash to keep it a 2-point game. Had to work a little bit on that one. That was fun. That was good to watch. Julie chimed in on the chat early, and Julie, your comment is gone, but I think I saw it enough to get the gist of it. It was Matt Guy and Jamie last night who were battling for the final for the bracket final for a chance to get to the Final Four. And yes, it went just over 50 rounds, but no, it was not the longest game. It was close. I think they were at, 52 or 53? And the record's 54. So Jamie and Matt finished just shy of that.
Stephen Bernasette in the chat. Appreciate the kind words, Stephen.
Bernasette. What's up, my dude?
Level 1.5, level 2 block here. Push right through. Really like that. Just looks like a completely different Zach Aiken than we saw in doubles. Yeah, 19 rounds, 8-6. This is on pace for a long one, so.
Mm-hmm. We could smash the record here in your last broadcast. A good way to go out.
You
Maybe?
brought up 60-round practice sessions.
It stays 8-6.
What happens if Mark Richards gets to the 61st round in the game? Does he malfunction because he's never practiced for anything that long?
Out of order.
You gotta charge him back up.
You know, with Stephen Bernasette chiming in the chat, you know, that reminds me, we talk about favorite players or best players. You know, for me, over the last 7 years with you, I think it's just the great stories that we've been able to find and tell. And Steve Bernasette is great. You know, awful car wreck that ended his athletic career, but he was able to find cornhole. So, you know, cornhole is not just a sport for a lot of people. It's a community. You know, it's a chance to be able to still compete, a chance to be accepted, a chance to, you know, have friendship. And, you know, Stephen Bernasette is a great story and a great example of that, and one that I've really enjoyed, you know, just exploring those and telling those with you over the last 7 years.
Yep, stories is what makes cornhole unique and what will propel it to the next level. More voices, and I just keep saying this, more voices need to be talking about how great cornhole is.
Yeah.
In a positive light.
Yeah. Jay Rubin's story. Wow. I mean, talk about chilling. Just so many.
Oh, this could be a big momentum swing, as many as 6.
Oh, yeah, and Mark just hammers it down the middle, collects 2. 3 bags left on the board for Zach Aiken, and all of a sudden, a big squiggly number. And Mark Richards will take a 4-point lead. And that will bring us to our media timeout here on a chilly weekend in Memphis. Back with the second half of this one. Don't go anywhere. Back with more right after this.
World. We've got a tender navy bean nestled in a brown sugar sauce with a smoky hint of bacon.
We're gonna need like a zillion of those.
1 zillion it is.
WTF Cornhole. From our top 100 pros, we also have Canadian, women, junior, and senior pros. For over 5 years, WTF Cornhole has been consistently making bags and always looking to improve to make the best bags in the game. Throwing WTF isn't just a bag company. With over 10 different approved series to choose from for all types of throwers to exceed your game to the next level. This weekend, only 20% off every purchase once added to cart.
Your pride and joy is measured in acres. Keep them looking their best with the Kubota lineup. Versatile sidekick utility vehicles. The #1 selling compact tractor in the U.S. Professional grade mowers for a professional cut. It's equipment built with one purpose, to get the job done right.
Gentlemen, here we go.
Colin Hodette won our first semifinal in pro singles here in Memphis, so he is patiently waiting to see who he will play. He'll play the winner of Zach Aiken and Mark Richards, and it's Mark with a 4-point lead here in round number 21. The pace has come down a little bit. Now we're what, on pace for about 40-something?
Yeah.
We're on pace for 60 for sure. Now some activity here early. Been so many clean rounds. A little bit of action here. A little side by side. Long look at the monitor there by Mark.
Oh, good bag. Oh, but he's frustrated. He didn't want to take Aiken's bag with him.
Mm-hmm. 2 bags left here for Zach Aiken.
I don't hate blocking behind here if you're Richards. He did exactly. Yeah, I mean, look, you're going to have to get a great peel off the top on an airmail drag for you to be in trouble at giving up points.
And that one rims out. Goes out to the left, and Mark Richards now with 14. So 14-8. Okay, a couple more questions for you. What was your favorite? Do you have a favorite broadcast? Can you pick out one going all the way back 9 years?
You know, I thought a lot about this. I mean, it's tough to ever rule out when something, the 20-2 comeback in the doubles world championship.
For sure. That's why I asked you. Since he's on the court, I figured we might as well talk about it now.
Yeah, I mean, look, I love Mark to death, and I hate to even bring that up while he's playing, but that's, I mean, look, the cornhole, as far as it goes, may never see something like that again. I mean, 20-2 in an epic manner. I mean, we may see a walk-off airmail, a drag to win. That will be really cool moment.
Yeah.
But as far as a match goes, to have someone down that much and come all the way back, that's, you know, the iconic, you know, Jordan Power line and the energy and the like, I just remember, like, the feeling of, like, when Jordan Power yelled what he yelled, you know, maybe the #1 player but still gets nervous, and, like, the entire building was like, what is happening right now? And the entire momentum flipped, and yeah, I mean, I there's been so many great ones over the years, but it kind of, every time I think about it, it usually always comes back to that one as something special, because the stakes have to matter to me. And you literally can't get bigger stakes than that.
Yeah.
It's the doubles world championship.
Another wash. It'll stay 14-8. Yeah, there's been a lot of good ones. You and I were kind of talking about them last night. One of my favorites was Noah Wooten and Jamie Graham back at Valley Forge. Oh, gosh, when was that? Years ago, 2021, 2022? Probably 2021. I thought that was a really great one. Back then, when the game was a little bit different than it is now, but that was an exciting one. But, yeah, that comeback. And like you said, you know, with a world championship on the line, that was incredible. My biggest thing about that, you and I have joked about this, is I loved how much you poo-pooed me when it was 20-2, and then Jay and Jordan come back and it's 20-9. I'm like, hey Trey, it's 20-9, and you look at me like, what are you talking about?
Yeah,
like, just shut it.
It got interesting real quick.
Yep. Yeah, once it got to double figures. You could just feel it, though. You could feel the energy in the building.
Yes.
Philip and Mark just weren't able to get any points all of a sudden, and you could just feel the momentum. That was a great one.
knocks it in, goes off, though. This is open door, big push opportunity for Zach Aiken. Get 3.
And he does. Beautiful bag.
Push for Aiken, give him 3. Makes it 14-11.
Both into double figures now at 14-11.
Cuts the lead in half.
Boy, it's amazing how quickly things can turn. Just one bag like that. Bad hop goes off the back. Trampolines.
And that bag by Mark Richards was the first bag of the game that was off the board. It took us
24 rounds.
Just under 200 bags to get the first one to actually go off the board.
Oh.
You talk about locked in. Question now lies with Mark Richards. Does he go after that bag hanging? Probably not now. The push becomes very difficult. And actually, if I'm Richards, I like sitting. Okay. Oh. Or you can shove your layup, and I'm going to go for the drag. Remember what I said earlier? It's becoming harder and harder. Yeah, that's a gross back-to-back shots. Oh, my goodness. Remember I said it was getting harder and harder to be a
predict
analyst?
shots. Yes. Yeah. I do remember that.
Oh, my gosh.
Just about 10 minutes ago you said that.
In fairness, that is not Richard-esque. Mark Richards does not do that.
Unless he does. Just clips it. I actually thought this next shot by Zach Aiken was big too.
No, it was incredible. He needed to do it. He's gonna look if he goes for that push and ends up off the board. He's giving up 7. He's gonna lose a game.
Yeah. Oh gosh, yeah. I didn't even think about that if he had gone off the back.
Just.
Yep.
I've almost run out of things to talk about with Mark Richards. What is I'll ask you, what is Mark Richards' weakness?
Oh gosh. I mean, can I say nothing? I mean,
like a true long roll?
Yeah. I mean, I've seen him maybe get a little too aggressive on airmails sometimes.
Okay,
but I feel
maybe
but
shot
honestly, I feel like that's more. I think that's more in doubles, probably because he feels like he's got to do more than he needs to. Because in singles, he can just grind it out. So in doubles, maybe he's just too aggressive because he's trying to do too much. I don't know. Yeah, I guess a long roll. I mean, yeah, we don't really see that very often, do we?
Oh, and he almost gets that collect.
5-point game now, round 25. Oh, yeah, Chase just chiming in. Great point, Chase, that, for Mark Richards, seems like a long time ago now, but yeah, he was on the court earlier this afternoon. 36 rounds in our first double semifinal against Colin Powers and Richard Nyberg. But if you think about what they've done, I mean, wow, that's a great point, Chase. But if you think about what they do to get here, right? Round after round. I mean, they're playing a 30-round game and then a 25-round game and a 35-round game.
People asking if this is round limited. Yeah, it's 100 round limited. So if it gets to 100 rounds, we'll tell them to arm wrestle for the winner.
Chat saying round limited games are Mark Richards' weakness.
Okay, I got you.
That's. I mean, I think Mark would even admit that.
Right, because he's got to play a different game.
Yeah.
If you go up 2-0 on Mark on a first round, like his mentality is like, that's fine. I'm just going to go. But if it's round limited, like, yeah, you might. It's actually a great answer. I love that.
Yeah, I do too.
Social. Let's go have a drink, everybody. 16-12.
16-12. Round 27. Well, I don't think we're going to get to the record, but this is still a huge battle. And Colin Hodette, I'm sure somewhere, he probably relaxed for a minute. I would think somewhere he's probably warming up, just trying to stay loose.
Well, we still have our junior singles final up next.
Oh, that's right. It's going to be even a longer sit for him. Oh, that's right. Somebody in the chat earlier was wondering how Cash Chamness did. Well, we'll find out next. Cash will be on the court in the juniors final against Madden Franco. Texas on Texas, is that right? A little Cash out of the Houston area.
All right, Zach Eakin got an opportunity to get a chance to cut this lead in half.
And yeah, Mark's going to go right down the middle to just give up the two, 16-14, as Aiken makes the slow walk back down to the other end. I mean, you mentioned it earlier, you got a chance to probably watch him and maybe even get to know him more on a personal level because he's from South Carolina and plays at the HQ. I mean, is he just mature beyond his years as far as playing goes? I mean, he's just so within himself. He's only 16 years old.
He's got a unique balance of being a young junior player that has all of the shots, that also is very methodical, and in-game doesn't let emotions get too high or low. I think that when you look at Cash Chamness, that's something he's been able to do very well. It's a very unique trait for a junior player to have, and I think that's what contributes to it. But it also is nice that you have a picture-perfect roll bag and a pretty good airmail and have a good general form. Okay, are we going to get a bar of soap? Doesn't look like it.
No, not hard enough. Last bag of the round for Zach, tumbles him in. And Mark trying to clean it up, can't do it. The one just won't collect. And we are tied at 16.
We're in round 29.
Eight to 2 run right now by Zach Aiken to tie this one up at 16. Oh, that one gets moved off to the right.
That's going to be unlikely collectible for Zach Aiken, opposite lane side.
Yeah, unless he gets a lot of help. Again, tries to roll and sits on top.
Aiken is baiting Richards. He's going for it now.
Oh, almost got it. Trying to go for the bar of soap.
It popped. It definitely popped in the air. It didn't catch on the back rim.
Aiken's bag still leaking out to the right, and Richards, runs into it.
Gosh, that's got to be frustrating.
Oh, my goodness. Put a mark in that one, round 29.
Watch it here again. Watch the blue bag pops. Just doesn't catch enough of that back rim. Here it is. Oh, you see, it gets elevated.
Yeah. Just hit the corner of that lip. Fell back in. Round 30, I'd ask you for a PPR check, but my guess is everything's probably about the same, right?
It is going to be the same.
I don't think much has changed. That one rolls in on the left.
Well, as soon as we finish this round, we'll see where these guys are. Man, this is another one of those instances you got a choice. You can roll over, or roll or aim rail over, or you could block behind. And Mark is going to take a timeout to think about it.
Mark Richards.
All right, so if you block behind, you're obviously giving up the ability to score on that bag, but you're taking away the ability for Zach Aiken to get either one of them in if you hit it perfectly. Obviously, if you roll over and in, your roll hasn't been as reliable as your airmail. Airmail drag would be great, obviously. You maximize points immediately, but you do leave a clean lane open for Zach Aiken, which could end up better or worse. I might block behind here, Jeff. He goes for a roll that doesn't get up and over. Tough to say if that actually took away the push lane. It did, because Aiken is going to go roll.
We're just talking about long rolls. A good one there by Zach Aiken.
Airmail drag.
Trying to go after it. He does clip it, but it's not going to come in.
That is shocking, to be honest with you.
Well, he hit it pretty good, too.
Dead on.
Yeah. Watch this bag move. Oh, which is not quite enough.
Both players throwing a 10.80 PPR. 53% four-baggers for Richards, 60% four-baggers for Aiken.
Again, Zach Aiken still on this 8-2 run to tie the game at 16. Yeah, Corey was just telling us, our producer, a lot of people in the chat wondering what the players are looking at. And I know a lot of other people in the chat have been trying to help out and chime in. And, yeah, everyone in the chat there is correct. There are monitors to the players. Well, on this side of the court, there are monitors to their right. So they can see the board, and they can see what you're seeing, and you're looking at there on the right side. So just a chance to get a better look at how the bags are stacked up.
And then on the opposite side are the officials. So if you see him saying something, he might be asking the official something. So on this end, officials are on the player's left, your right. And the monitors are on the player's right, your left. And that'll reverse on the other side.
Yeah, and during that timeout, that last timeout that Mark called, we'll have another wash here. Mark did, you're right, have a conversation, quick conversation with Michael Gonzalez, one of our officials, probably just checking on timeouts and the number of timeouts he had left.
Yeah, Mark, I didn't hate that shot selection, but way short on that deep cut that he was trying to just hop on over and into the left side.
Again, coming up next, we'll have our juniors final, Cash Chamness and Madden Franco on the court. And then after that, we will have our final match of the Memphis signature, Colin Hodette against the winner of this match.
Mark has not been crisp on any cuts or rolls over the past maybe 10 rounds or so.
Oh, Zach Aiken, just a laser shot in. Oh, and Richards off the back. Last bag for Aiken and takes them all in. And now final bag here for Mark Richards. Mark's got one off the back. And that one just enough steam to get in.
Yeah, needed to be in there.
So this run by Zach Aiken now continues. It's now an 11-2 run. And Zach with a 3-point lead, just 2 points away from getting into the final. Good clean up there. A couple of questions about who won doubles. So got a message earlier from Tanner in chat. He had gone to church, missed doubles. We were talking about who won. And he said, damn it, Jeff. So for those, just warning you right now, spoiler alert, earlier today in pro doubles, the winner was Ryan Wiedenfeld and Chris Roybal, going back-to-back Myrtle Beach and Memphis pro doubles titles.
This is Aiken going to think about being intentional about going after this? I don't think he should. You can't give up 5 to lose.
Yeah, obviously staying away from it.
Mark Richards missed this last opportunity. He had one of these.
Yep, round 29. Oh, and he missed it again.
It's just that's twice now that bag has held up.
I literally wrote it down. It was round 29 when he did the exact same thing. Oh my gosh. Round 29, and what was that, round 33? I mean, that's 4 points right there. And relatively easy. Yeah, chat chiming in. They agree. Should be 20-19. Yep, if he is able to shut the door in rounds 29 and 33, you're right. Should be 20-19, Mark. Aiken spins the last one in. And now Mark Richards floats his last one in. I'll wash it out again. 19-16. Boy, just a long, methodical 11-2 run by Zach Aiken.
He's just been
incredible, right?
Slow and steady.
Yeah. Cash and Madden have been sitting around for a while. They're like, are we ever going to get a chance to play?
Talk about Colin. I mean, Colin had some momentum an hour ago.
At the bottom of the hour, we will have been on the air for 2 hours just in this broadcast.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's the way of the world now. All these just, I mean, we've been talking about all afternoon, what we've been seeing, not just here in Memphis, but in Myrtle Beach as well. Ever since going back to that traditional 1st to 21, these players are so good. They are just tirelessly going against each other. Oh. For a split second.
Yeah, looked like it might.
Yeah.
Bag 4 has not been friendly for Richards in the past 10 or so rounds.
Yeah. Well, we talked about all the sports accolades in the past of Mark Richards. And Mark, we've joked. Mark is one of those friends who's good at everything, right? Anytime you want to go play hoops, he's going to win. You want to play wiffle ball, he's going to win, right? You just everything. Zach Aiken, I didn't realize this until this weekend. He was a heck of a bowler. He's one of the top players in the state of South Carolina, going all the way back to being 9 years old.
Look at the motion. Tells me he's a bowler.
Yeah. Oh, Mark side by side. Oh, interesting action here.
Can Aiken get this to wedge? No.
Oh, and now Mark's got a difficult bag there in that low right corner. He knows it. You could see the look on his face. Aiken has to get this one in. He does.
Has to get both. One in his hand and the one on the board, or it's over.
36 rounds in. Mark asking if he has another timeout. He does. He knows what he needs to do. This is just to think about it a little bit longer. Zach Aiken, the 16-year-old, just watches as the champ walks 27 feet down to the other end, stalking his bag. Oh, boy.
He's talking to Mike Hennessy right there in the crowd, too. Look, your options are, unfortunately, he's a lefty in this situation, which means he can't throw a cut. So he's either got to throw right at it and kind of scoop underneath it and then hope it falls in with it, or he needs to go a line drive airmail to attack it.
Could be the final bag for Mark Richards. Hits the airmail clean. It's not enough, and Zach Aiken down 14-8. Ends up going on a 13-2 run to take down the champ and move into the finals against Colin Hodette. Wow, how about that for a 16-year-old? He's a bad man. Incredible. Juniors final from Memphis right after this.
We've got a tender navy bean nestled in a brown sugar sauce with a smoky hint of bacon.
We're gonna need like a zillion of those.
1 zillion it is.
Out here, there are no half measures. Doing it right is plan A and plan B. You need equipment that's up to the challenge. All day, all conditions, all year round.
The Memphis Signature Open is brought to you by Bush's Baked Beans, that beautiful bean company. Camping World. Start your next adventure at Camping World, America's recreation dealer. WTF Cornhole, a bag for everyone. And the Memphis Sports Council, home of blues, soul, and rock and roll.
Alongside Trey Ryder and Corey Russell, our producer, I'm Jeff McCarriger. Thanks for joining us here this afternoon from Memphis, Tennessee. What a matchup. Zach Aiken taking down the champ, Mark Richards. He'll advance into the finals to take on Colin Hodette. But first, we've got these guys. Our juniors on the stage for the Juniors Championship here in Memphis. Madden Franco against Cash Chamness.
Hold down here, boys. Hold down here.
Well, you mentioned it earlier, Trey. Anytime Cash comes onto the court, it's always fun, always exciting, high-level play. And we'll see how Madden does here against Little Cash.
Yeah, it's not very often that I say the most experienced player on the court is the 10-year-old, but it is the truth in this case. Cash Chamness won his first title earlier this season, taking down the Rock Hill Open. Also has experience playing in the teams division. He played for the Colonels in that Teams World Championship.
Yeah, a lot of good TV time.
He won the Junior Doubles World Championship this past year with Braden Wilson. He's won some Junior Doubles events, so he's got, crazy to say, plenty of experience for such a youngster.
Right.
The question mark will actually be on the older Madden Franco, his first time here in this position, if he can rise to the occasion and play at a high level to match that of Chamness. Chamness had a really strong run in pro singles as well. He came a couple games away from himself making the Final Four pro singles, but just came up a little bit short. Had to play Mark Richards. Mark Richards gave him everything he could handle. And we'll start with 2 points for Cash Chamness.
I was just thinking, it's so hard to sweep an event, right? And we have seen it a handful of times. We had 2 players who had a chance to do it again today.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just so hard.
And referees are holding them for the scoreboard, but as we get ready for round number 2, and yeah, Cash Chamness, like I said, I mean that he's poised for marathon games as well. 51 rounds, set the original record, or no, set a record for 51 rounds that was later broken again when we won that Open at the beginning of the year alongside or against Zach Aiken. So he's
2-0 Cash. Here we go.
He is poised for long games if needed.
Yep.
I think the question for me is what does Franco show?
Well, my guess is, like we've talked about before, we'll find out right away, right? Right out of the gates. Cash already with the 2-0 lead here quickly. See if Franco shakes it off or if he falls into a hole here early.
Yeah, RPM on Franco's bag is a lot.
Yeah.
That thing spins.
Oh my gosh, yes. It's like who's the kid that we've seen? Chase White.
Yeah.
Yes.
Kind of Chase White-esque for sure.
Yeah.
Now, Cash Chamness, he takes a little bit off it, but again, kind of like Zach Aiken has a similar release. That backswing goes back beyond the head. I mean, look how high in the air that backswing goes. It's amazing that you can do that 1,000 times in a weekend.
I mean, I always thought that Zach Aiken, pretty dramatic, right? He's right. Cash, it's like, wow. Yeah, he's taking it to a different level. That is a great looking bag. Franco's bag. Oh, man. And this went in for the wash. And it's good, man. He just rips that bag down to the other end. That is a buzzsaw. You know who we haven't seen on the stage in a long time? Another guy whose bag I just love to watch was Berkeley Pear. Well, he could rip it pretty good.
He could spin it.
Yep.
Derek King was that way. Devin Harbaugh's that way.
Yeah, Harbaugh, yeah. Cash floats that in front of the hole. Franco able to work around it.
Ooh. Chamness goes for a push and misses. Franco going for 5.
Oh, that's what he does. Gets around that bag again. That block in front of the hole did nothing. I mean, it was shaded a little bit left, but Franco, no problems at all.
I'll tell you what, so far so good. When I talk about Madden Franco, he has not been intimidated by this stage at all.
Russ in the chat saying it makes my shoulder hurt just watching.
Seriously.
Yeah, no way I could do that. I agree. Thanks, everybody, for all your chats and messages here this afternoon. Here from Memphis. Emotional day. We've had some fun, but again, it's Trey Ryder's last broadcast. He'll be leaving the ACL on a full-time basis. And kind of reminiscing here this afternoon. Got some time. A lot of people want to know where you're going to go. And got a great opportunity, man. Exciting opportunity for you. I'm super happy for you.
Yeah, stay tuned. I'll have an announcement going out at some point for the next stop. It will not be in Cornhole. I know a lot of people are going to ask about that.
Yeah, that was my first question, yeah.
Yeah, no.
6'5", Cash coming right back. You know, sometimes you get those opportunities. Got to make those adult decisions, right?
Yeah. Be in the basketball space. That's what I can share right now.
Okay, good.
So it'll be different, very different environment.
Franco off the back.
Yeah, these guys can really throw some bags with a lot of velocity.
Yeah. Just hangs on the edge. Unlucky for Franco. Remember, he had the one off. That one won't drip in, and Cash all of a sudden with an 11-5 lead. And that should bring us to a media timeout. And it will. So Cash, after falling behind after that big round by Franco, now storming back. 11-5. Media timeout here in Memphis. Back for the conclusion of the junior final right after this. At the media timeout, Cash Chamness with an 11-5 lead. And back underway, second half of this action for the juniors final. The championship here in Memphis, and then after this one, we'll go back to the pro singles side against Zach Aiken, who took down Mark Richards. We'll take on Colin Hodette against Matt Guy. Going back to our open, we're like, man, what a fitting way to send Trey Ryder off.
Matt
having
Guy
a matchup
versus Mark Richards.
Always,
Nope.
It's the curse of the open. It's worse than the announcer jinx.
It is.
Trust me. It makes the announcer's jinx look silly.
I can't tell you how many guys in the how many times we've had production meetings planning one thing and then the opposite happens.
Oh, I mean, almost every time. Think about all those productions we've had on ESPN. Always,
insane.
Whatever we think is going to happen. It's because we want those storylines, right?
I like a drag here, Jeff. I mean, you got a peel opportunity on two different bags. Oh, if we're going to Jack's camera, you might be able to show how elevated those bags are on the board, or so you see how elevated those bags are. It just makes them easily, I would say, peelable.
Well, he ends up fading that one to the right, knocks one of Cash's bags off.
11-6.
Was that a wash? That was just a mess.
No,
What
yeah,
was that?
it was just a single point for Franco there.
So 11-6 on a round that was just a hot mess from the beginning. All right, Cash's got a chance here now. A couple of more points. Ooh, and Franco again missing left. Franco's got three lined up.
This could be trouble.
Cash stays down the middle. And Franco, four in a row, a train on that left side.
This could be an 8 spot.
Oh my gosh. And he just gets caught up in the bags, but still will get a 6. 17-6. Madden had that big round early to jump out to an early lead. What was it, 5-2, I think, right? And, man, pretty much all Cash ever since. See if Franco can hang around here for a little while. This one, I mean, this is round 9. This is nothing.
Yeah, 6 spot, just all of a sudden, it's a dagger.
I mean, if this doesn't get to at least 20, I mean, what are we talking about here?
Well, the difference between juniors and, well, I shouldn't even say that. It's, again, Zach Aiken's a junior, very methodical. Again, that's kind of what differentiates him.
Yeah, right, yep.
Chamness, 4 points away. You got one miss you can afford if you're Franco. That might be it. That's collectible, but a little bit of step out tells me a little bit of a bully trying to come here. Oh, he brought it closer instead of pushing it further away.
Cash says, I'll take it. Good round. Well, you know, we talk so much about, you know, how comfortable players are playing on the broadcast court under the lights. I think Franco's, I mean, Cash just seems like he's just always ready for the moment. No issues at all. Franco, he seems fine, don't you think? I mean, I think the mistakes, I don't think the mistakes were nerves.
No, I don't think so either. I think he chased on that one round. He gave up the 6. But no, I can definitely say that nerves have not been the impact here. Been a little bit off, but nothing that pointed to nerves to me. And Cash has been overall pretty solid here.
Yeah. Yeah, Franco, I mean, jumped out to the early lead. That had to help. Just a couple of big rounds, though. Led to this 11-point lead. Oh, and that one's not going to go. It stops just a hair short. So Cash will now sit on 19.
Brutal luck just to come up that short. But now you're out of mistakes. Chamness will now just enter bag running mode and say, I'm going to throw every bag in the hole, and then on the one round where you don't, I'm going to try to throw a 4-bagger and win.
See if he can do something with this.
Blocked up is pretty good with a bag in advantage right now. Oh,
nice bag.
Oh, sneaky by Franco.
Has to be in.
The signature Cash Chamness finger cross, hope my opponent misses.
Yes.
Oh, it's so funny. Please miss, please miss, please miss, please miss. That's
exactly what it is.
That's what's going on in his head.
That's exactly right.
Ooh.
You like it? Or too risky?
I think too shallow, but you got to let off the hook, and now you have a bumper, so it's going to work out okay.
Pushes him all the way up.
I think you're okay. Chamness got a block behind. He sits perfectly. Yeah, that's great. I mean, cut maybe slick cut. Yeah, here. Yep. Again, Chamness lefty, so he can't cut in. He's going to kind of drip in.
Oh, Franco just knocked them all off.
It's going to be a 1 for Chamness. All right. Now you're really out of mistakes.
Yep. Cash first bag right down the middle. 1 point away from a juniors title here in Memphis. Again, our final will be Colin Hodette against Zach Aiken. Such a good looking bag. Well, that was really angled.
Yep.
Backloaded.
Please miss, please miss, please miss, please miss.
Oh, and that one rips off the back of the board, and that's going to be it.
His little chant, Cash Chamness over there. Fingers crossed worked, and he gets the junior singles win.
And third time was a charm. And Stacy Moore handing the trophy off to little Cash Chamness. Another win on a big stage. First of many to come for this youngster out of the Houston, Texas area. Another terrific player out of the Lone Star State. So congratulations to Cash Chamness. Well, this is normally where we would go to a commercial break. But considering the fact that this is our last broadcast together and the last event here for Trey Ryder, for those of you who have been watching today and hearing us talk about Trey's last event or broadcast here this weekend, I know all of us were as shocked as I was when my phone rang just over a week ago. And when I saw Trey's name pop up on my caller ID, as always, a smile came to my face because the last 9 years, every time Trey's called me, it's always been like your best friend calling. But this time the phone call was bittersweet for sure. different tone of your voice, and Trey was calling to share the news with me that he was leaving his full-time position with the ACL to explore another business opportunity that he just couldn't turn down. And after we hung up, the sudden reality quickly set in that here in Memphis would be our last broadcast together. And while all of our immediate feelings included disbelief, shock, sadness, and I think even many of us a little nervousness, this news actually should come as no surprise to any of us, because I think I speak for everyone here in the building when I say that, Trey, you are really one of the most intelligent, most kind, patient, caring, passionate, and driven men that we all know. And the fact that you were sought after by other businesses across the country made me think it wasn't a matter of if those opportunities were going to come. I think we all knew it was just kind of a matter of when that opportunity was going to come for you. But instead of us all saying goodbye tonight, because you'll still be holding an advisory position with the league, after 9 years of unwavering dedication, passion, and tireless commitment to not just the sport, but to the entire community, from those in this building and literally across the world, we've got a little message for you. From just a few of the many lives you've touched in your journey with the ACL, to simply say good luck in your next chapter, thank you, and we're going to deeply miss you.
Hey Trey, I just want to say thank you for everything you've done for me personally, calling me out when I need it, and just being overall great for the game. We're going to miss you.
Trey, thanks for everything you did, man. It means a lot to us. Have a good one. Peace.
Thank you, Trey. You really took a chance on me when I was 14 and you told me I was pro, and I'll forever be grateful for the opportunity you gave me.
Thank you, Trey, for everything that you've done for us and the entire sport of cornhole. We love you so much and we appreciate you.
For growing the sport and being there from the very beginning.
Congrats on your new role.
So, Trey, I appreciate you throughout the years, man, giving me crap or giving me praise either way. Appreciate you and appreciate all you've done for the sport. So,
hey, Trey, man, just want to say thank you for everything you've done for this league and sport, and we're going to miss you.
Best wishes, Trey. Thank you for everything you've done. You've been amazing for the sport of cornhole and an amazing friend.
Thank you, Trey, for everything you've done for the sport.
Thank you, Trey Ryder.
Thank you, Trey.
Thank you, Trey.
Thank you so much, Trey, for everything you've done for this game.
Thank you, Trey.
Thank you, Trey.
Thank you, Trey, for being an inspiration to me and all the players in the ACL.
Thank you, Trey.
Thank you, Trey Ryder. You're the man.
Hey, what up, Trey, man? Just want to say thank you for everything that you brought to the game. The voice of the game, the reason for the game. Man, hey, years ago, you're the first one to tell me that I can actually do something in this game. And, man, so far you've had my back no matter what. But, hey, man, we know you're going to kill it in your next journey. Peace out.
Hey Trey, you're not gonna get rid of me. I'm gonna keep on messaging you, but until then, see you later.
Trey, your passion for this game is undeniable, and everything that you have done for me and this sport will never be forgotten. You better be prepared for the living the dream calls.
Thanks, Trey, for everything you've done for the game. Wish you the best of luck on your new adventures. Thanks, man.
Trey, my day one, man. You took a chance on me, gave me some opportunities. I'll never forget it. I definitely wouldn't be here without you. You plucked me off the boards, put me in the seat, and I'm really happy with how everything kind of turned out. And I really appreciate you, man. We're going to miss you.
Trey, if it wasn't for you, I literally would not be here right now. Thank you so much for everything that you've done for the game of cornhole and for me personally. I wish you the best, brother.
I don't know what to say, man. Trey, thank you so much for all you've done for not just the company, but for me too, and bringing me on and giving me this amazing opportunity. And I just want to say good luck in your forward adventures.
Trey, thank you for everything you've done for the sport of cornhole and the American Cornhole League over the last decade. Good luck in your new position, buddy.
Thank you, Trey. Thank you for being the standard, showing us all how to be true professionals and lead from the front. Thank you for everything that you've done, and thank you for being a true friend. You will truly be missed, and we wish you the best.
Thank you, Trey, for being such a great mentor to the game and to myself. You're going to be missed.
Trey Ryder. First off, I want to say congratulations. Second, I want to say thank you. I want you to know how much I appreciate you, your leadership, and your impact to cornhole. But ultimately, I really just want to say thank you, and I consider you a dear friend.
Trey, thank you so much for being my partner in crime, my advisor, and a really good friend, and I will miss you so much.
We love you, Trey Trey.
We love you, Trey Trey.
Are we still on the mic? All right, Trey. You want to turn off the lights? You ready for the lights to go on?
No.
Thank you, Trey.
Yeah, no. First of all, that was uncalled for. Yeah. It's been a ride. Appreciate the community. Appreciate the staff, the players, Stacy, Jeff, you, everybody that's, it's changed my life for a great way. You couldn't wait to the end of the singles final to do this. But I really appreciate it. It's a special place in my heart and always will be, and I won't be a stranger, I promise.
Love you, brother. Congrats on a great career.
Thank you.
And good luck moving forward. All right, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to try and do this. It'll be Zach Aiken and Colin Hodette for the Pro Singles Championship here in Memphis, coming up right after this. Alongside Trey Ryder for the last time, I'm Jeff McCarriger. Our thanks to Corey Russell, the entire staff, everyone doing a great job on this event as we say goodbye to Trey Ryder. And, of course, the number one reason we're here to crown a doubles and singles champion here in our second major event of the 2026 season. So as we try to turn the corner here, we turn our attention now to what could be another epic matchup for a national shootout between Zach Aiken, the 16-year-old from South Carolina, and Colin Hodette, the 21-year-old from Vermont, the first ACL pro ever from the state of Vermont, and there they are. Hodette on the left, Aiken on the right, and just seconds away from first bags here for the singles championship. Well, and while we thought maybe Matt Guy hasn't won a national since 2022, no wins at all since 2023, we all thought Mark Richards, sure, why not? Did it in Myrtle Beach. He's got 33. But here we are, a couple of upsets, Zach Aiken and Colin Hodette. And while maybe they were upsets with the numbers, no surprise that both these guys are here.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it was actually the perfect ending now that I think about it for last game that I'm going to call is the complete opposite of whatever we prepared in the Open. Yeah. So that's more on brand
Typical,
with what we've seen across the landscape. But no, look, I mean, this is an opportunity for both players. And just to speak on it, like both of them have come so close. You look at Colin Hodette, that breakout season last season, people started talking about him, all the pressure on him this year to really deliver at such a high level. And then you compare it to Zach Aiken. Zach Aiken was so close last year. They both made Final Fours in pro singles last season, right? They were so close to that signature victory in singles that now they're right here again. And so it's either going to be another agonizing defeat for one of these two, but for the other, it's going to be just that feeling of getting over the hump and getting that and adding it to the title belt. So this is a really cool opportunity for both players.
Talked about it quite a bit earlier. Colin Hodette, a lot of people told him the journey was too hard to do this, but he was able to go against all the doubters, and here he is. And for Zach Aiken, this little guy, this little 16-year-old from South Carolina, he's battled through a lot. So even though two younger players, great backgrounds, and a lot of hard work and determination behind the scenes to get here. Boy, this could be an epic battle. I mean, it really could be.
And again, play styles, we talked earlier, what feels like 3 hours ago when Colin Hodette played Matt Guy, about how different of a style that he was to Matt Guy. We're approaching a little bit similar styles here with Zach Aiken, but Hodette's, to get real technical, right, Hodette's primary slide shot is actually kind of a roll in itself. He does not slide that bag all the way up the board because it is so backloaded in the action that he gets. He's throwing essentially a roll bag on every single bag. It just looks like a slide shot. Whereas Zach Aiken, his normal slide shot is doing just that. It maybe bounces a little bit. He does have a little bit of a backloaded bag, but at some point it comes back down, remakes contact, and does slide the rest of the way up. So Aiken's technique is a little bit more traditional, I'd say. But I think Aiken will balance the roll in the airmail a little bit more. Hodette, on the other hand, is going to be a big leaner on that roll bag. It is what makes him so successful. What's just so interesting when I watch Colin Hodette is if Colin ever wants to push a bag, he has to actually intentionally change his technique to be better at pushing because his slide bag is normally a roll bag. So if he tried that his normal shot, just throw it harder, he's just going to roll over something, right? And so because of that, he's changing his technique on a slide, whereas someone like a Zach Aiken is having to change his technique on a roll. So it's a little bit of contrasting on standard approaches to the game.
And to no one's surprise, after 4 rounds, no score.
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, I was kind of rooting, for a little bit of a shorter game so we could all get out of here. But after that video you guys just made me watch, I hope this is 75 rounds, and I will sit here for every round of it. I will make Jake Brannon MC every single round of this 75-round banger we're about to call.
Yeah, we were joking earlier that maybe we'd walk you out of here with a record with Mark and Zach going back and forth, but this one really actually probably has a better chance of doing that. Oh, and now, as soon as we speak, all of a sudden we've got a score. Couple of points for Zach Aiken.
Jacob in the YouTube chat says both can roll extremely well, but I feel as Aiken can outrun Colin. I would, on average, I would agree with you that if we're talking about a straight running bags competition, I'm going to lean more Aiken than I am Hodette. But I will say, when we look at, I mean, if we pull up and look at just what Colin Hodette was able to do in his first game against Matt Guy, I mean, Colin Hodette threw an 11.28. I didn't walk. I mean, I don't know about you, Jeff, but I didn't walk away from that game going, "Whoa, Colin Hodette made that game really defensive and really dirty." No, I mean, it felt like a lot of running bags, and yes, there were opportunities to hit some rolls, a few. Yes, there were some opportunities to hit some airmails from Matt Guy, but for the most part, it felt like a lot of bags in the hole. And so if Hodette if he can throw an 11.28 over 29 rounds and hit 76% four-baggers, you're gonna have a legitimate shot in any game to win it.
Yeah. Dwayne saying this game going 40. Yeah. You're ready for it. 2-0. Round 6. Again, this would be the first major championship for the 16-year-old Zach Aiken. He does have a career title. Singles Open last year. But for Colin Hodette, hey, Jake, while we got you here, am I right on this with Hodette? This would be his first career win? No wins on the Open side either. Wow, that's shocking. I meant to check that earlier because when I wrote it down, I'm like, that can't be right. So this would be not only his first major victory, but his first career title.
Yeah, and Aiken only has one title to his name.
Yeah, the Open last year, right?
The Open in singles.
Yeah. So regardless which way this goes, huge moment. A big one early for these guys as Zach goes off the back. And Hodette follows, rips it off the back.
Picks up 2 more points, 4-0.
Speaking of Jake Brandon, shout out to Jake and Anthony Ione. Broadcasting duties on Friday and Saturday, all the qualifying. A couple long days for those boys to get us to the championship rounds here this afternoon. Great job to those guys on the live streams. And again, our thanks to Corey Russell, our producer.
Sneaks in there. Aiken. It's a lane side hanger there, so he'll be all right. Yeah, he collects right through that.
I said this earlier. I so badly want to put a holster and a cowboy hat on Colin Hodette. He just literally looks like he's just bringing out a 6-shooter.
You're giving the social media team some ideas there, Jeff.
There's another double 4 bag.
And another wash. Derek chiming on the chat. It seems like everyone's got kind of a guess on how many rounds it's going to go. Derek just said 67. Some people say 40, some are 50. Now Corey Russell, our producer, firing up the bag selection here for both players. Take a deep dive into what they're throwing, and Trey will start with Zach's bag.
Yeah, Zach Aiken throwing these saber tooths He's been throwing these for a little bit now. I remember into the later part of 2025, he was throwing these after he made the switch to cornhole scenario. Colin Hodette, one of the premier players for Brotherhood Cornhole. So you got his Guardian XRs here on the screen. Brotherhood having a good start to the season. Him alongside Spencer Fabianar and Tony Forbes.
Unfortunately for Hodette, he's got one of those bags off to the left, unable to bring it back. So Aiken's going to chip away a couple of more points, 6-0.
Yeah, he's building a lead by 2s.
A lot of people chiming in with questions. And for those of you just tuning in, we actually hammered out a lot of these over this weekend, just about Trey's big memories. We were talking about, obviously, the doubles championship with Philip Lopez, Mark Richards, Jay Rubin, and Jordan Power being probably your favorite single broadcast just because of so much on the line and probably something we'll never see again. You talked about some of your favorite players that you've enjoyed watching. So if you want to revisit any of that, let me know. Or if you don't, it's okay.
No, I think I said.
You and I kind of lost it during that.
No,
that's okay.
I go back to it. You know, my favorite. I think my favorite game of all time that I called was probably the Jordan Power Jay Rubin big comeback. That was huge. The players. You know, I went through a long list, but some people that were on this. You know, James Baldwin, Philip Hayden, Eric Davis. You know, some of the great players like a Mark Richards, Jimmy Graham, Matt Guy. You know, Sam Finley, Rosie Streaker. I mean, there's countless ones on across that have been so much fun to call.
And fun to watch. Just fun to watch play.
Gosh, yeah, fun to watch, fun to call. It's so funny. You and I talked about this last night too. Is that also when as my responsibilities grew, I also grew affinities for some players that were just like awesome behind the scenes. That I was like, will you please just get on a broadcast so I can call you? Like I can call your game.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And just because I had the opportunity to meet so many of them.
I miss, there are times where I let my mind wander a little bit, and as the game has really changed, even since 2022, as we were talking about earlier in the broadcast, I mean, the game has rapidly changed. I kind of miss some of the older names in the sport, like a Bag and Bill Hadley, right?
Oh, yeah.
And Jimmy McGuffin, some of these guys who have had to retire just because the game has changed so much, right?
Yep.
How about another one? Social. Yeah, I see.
Don't see Frank Motlin on here much anymore. Frank, great champion. Captain America. Still 6-0, Zach Aiken. You mentioned Philip Hayden, Damon Dennis. I mean, really some of these great players from the past. Doug chiming in from Canada. Do you have a favorite broadcast partner from Canada? Oh, that's good.
Yeah, the throwdown. Yeah, no, look, I'm still trying to plan on going to the throwdown as well. That would be fun. When I called John, the owner, he first of all said, "You better be at my birthday party. I'm gonna be very mad at you." And then we talked a little bit more. So he's they're doing a great stuff and some really cool stuff coming for the throwdown. I don't know what he's announced just yet, but really excited for some of the things they're tweaking and adding to the throwdown this year. It's gonna make it. I think amateur players are gonna be really excited about what's coming to the throwdown this year.
Yeah.
So it'll be a lot of fun.
Absolutely love it out there. 8-0. Aiken again slowly chipping away. All right, some people asking for a little PPR check.
Yeah, I'll
check
take
on
a
some
look.
numbers. And sorry about that. I know normally we like to put them all on the screen. For some reason, we're having a little issue with the connection of the database with the.
Zach Aiken throwing an 11.55 and Colin Hodette throwing a 10.82. 82% four-baggers for Zach Aiken. He has thrown 42 out of 44 bags in the hole before this round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's going to change. Oh, gosh, Hodette had 2 in the...
Against Richards, Aiken was going airmail here. He was staying aggressive. If there was an opportunity to drag, he was going to go for it.
Right on cue. Oh, nice shot by Hodette. Collects 2.
Get him on the board.
8-2. Oh, you called it, Trey. Here it is. Oh, unfortunately, though, first bag here for Hodette after he gets on the board. Wiggles out to the left. Oh, yeah, this is a great one. In the chat, my favorite Trey moment. The pulley bush.
Pulley bush.
Yeah, that was a great one years ago. Did that go? Was that COVID summer also?
It was either that year or the year right after. No. No, it was Vegas 2022, I believe.
Was it that late? I
think it
I thought
was.
it dates back even further. The pulley bush. Gosh, that was funny. And the fact that you just completely made fun of yourself. I mean, just caught yourself right away. That was so great.
Naming shots now, apparently. Gotta be careful. Could take it to the media timeout, but this is in for 2. And we could create a reel just of Colin Hodette's reactions.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
10-2.
So Hodette got 2 to get on the board, and then Aiken takes 2 right back. So the lead is 8 again.
Just fantastic facial expressions.
By the way, just to put into perspective, the difference between first to 21 and round limited, this game would have been done 2 rounds ago.
Yep. It's true, yeah.
How about that?
I personally prefer the 75 rounds that we're going to see. Just for all of you.
As you say goodbye.
Yep. This is my parting gift.
Yeah. The airmail drag that takes nothing. Oh, you know, another one you brought up that I liked was Stovepipe. That was a great memory, too. I'm glad you, that was a good one.
That was an awesome one.
Yeah, and a big moment, big stage.
Yeah, yeah, Duncan Clemmer.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Stovepipe. Of Aiken, Chamness, and Clausen, who's won the most titles?
Who will win the most titles?
Who will?
Yeah.
Oh.
Opinion question.
I don't know.
Chat's having fun with some debates here while waiting for this game to get.
This is I'll impose, and people that have heard me say this a lot always roll their eyes on it, but I still think you can never predict how a junior will grow up because people handle changing in heights differently. I mean, look what happened to both Jake and Jack Gore is a perfect example.
Oh, there's Fisher Hamilton. I mean, there's numerous examples.
Tons of examples.
I don't want to call it a bunch of people, but yeah,
when players get taller, when they grow up, it changes their release point.
Yep.
They have to change their. I believe.
And their lives changed. Look at Caleb Batson. His life changed.
And
different priorities.
It's really weird to say, but if you really want to get to the physics of it, I believe, and I've believed this for a long time, and whenever we get the real data to show it, I'm hoping I'll be right. Until then, I'm going to pretend I'm right, which is I believe a lower release point allows you to throw the bag a little bit harder without it going off the board because you don't have the downward velocity of the bag coming back down below your original release point. And it's going to be a lot easier to explain if I had a visual too. But what I'm saying is the lower the release point, generally players can throw it a little bit more power, a little bit more strength. So when these players get older, they're now used to throwing with a specific velocity of the bag. And now when their release point goes up, they can't throw it with that same speed, because if they throw it with that same speed, it's going to go too fast. It's going to end up off. It's going to go too much off the board. And so they have to dial it back a little bit. And when you are so used to throwing one speed, dialing back a speed can be one of the toughest things to do in a cornhole technique. And I believe that's why junior players, a lot of times when they get older, struggle a little bit. So I go back to the original premise of the question. I'd probably lean towards someone like a Gabe Clausen being more reliable, because I don't know how much taller Gabe Clausen is going to get. So I think he's kind of set in his form and his strategy as much as he's going to be.
Hodette has one leak out to the right. And Aiken chips his in, but the one in his hand goes too far. And, ooh, Hodette getting aggressive, going for an and one. Hello. Oh, my goodness.
Watch this. Oh, Colin.
Wake-up call. I like it. Stays 10-2. A couple of comments today that have gone down now I wanted to get to. And let's wait and see what happens on this round first about Hall of Fame for the ACL. I've actually heard a lot of chatter about that lately. So let's get through this first round here, or this next round. We've got a media timeout coming up after the next point as well, as Aiken puts that one in. And Hodette. I don't know if he liked it when it left his hand, but right down the middle. So, yeah, it seems like there's been some chatter for ACL Cornhole Hall of Fame.
Yeah. So one of the last things I have to do before I go is set the parameters for the Hall of Fame. So the Hall of Fame will be launching for the the ACL. I'm working on putting the finishing touches on kind of some criteria for it and the process for how people will get inducted into that Hall of Fame. So it'll be, longevity will certainly be a part of it. And, it'll take a while for people to actually get put in there, because I think one of the things, as a teaser that I'll say is that, I definitely am a fan of not putting active players in the Hall of Fame. I kind of like waiting until they've retired and moved on before being able to fully give a comprehensive outlook on what their Hall of Fame resume can look like.
Right.
And right now, Zach Aiken is looking like he's about to get possibly 4 points. Does Hodette going to go after this is the question. It's risky if he does.
Looks like he's going to try and flip it down the middle, and that's what he does. But still, he's going to give up 4. So Zach Aiken in command, a 12-point lead. He's on top 14-2, looking for his first ever major championship. We'll have the conclusion for this one when we come back to Memphis right after this.
We've got a tender navy bean nestled in a brown sugar sauce with a smoky hint of bacon.
We're gonna need like a zillion of those.
1 zillion it is.
WTF Cornhole. From our top 100 pros, we also have Canadian, women, junior, and senior pros. For over 5 years, WTF Cornhole has been consistently making bags and always looking to improve to make the best bags in the game. Throwing WTF isn't just a bag company. With over 10 different approved series to choose from for all types of throwers to exceed your game to the next level. This weekend, only 20% off every purchase once added to cart.
Your pride and joy is measured in acres. Keep them looking their best with the Kubota lineup. Versatile sidekick utility vehicles. The #1 selling compact tractor in the U.S. Professional grade mowers for a professional cut. It's equipment built with one purpose, to get the job done right.
Back here in Memphis, where a little bit of a surprising storyline here. I think many of us, even chat, I know you guys have been chiming in here this afternoon. We were thinking this one was going to be 40, 50. Derek chimed in with 67. But not saying that we can't get there, but round 19, look at the score. Aiken continues to just chip away and battle with a 12-point lead.
Yeah, I hate to attribute it to the length of time that Hodette had to sit, but he was just so red hot coming off that game against Matt Guy, and then the long game that came after that, and then another junior singles game, and then you guys put that torturous video out there that nobody wanted to watch, and then you add all that together, and it just comes out to be just a really tough time to be able to recover from all of it.
Right.
I mean, I'm
the video no one wanted to watch.
It's going to be another 2 more.
Yeah, 16-2 now. Good shot. Chase chiming in with Zach's PPR at 11.2 through 20 rounds.
In the previous round, or previous game, 10.89.
Well, we have spent a lot of time today, I feel like. Maybe not a lot of time, but a few times we've been talking about just the mental maturity of this 16-year-old from South Carolina. And for Zach Aiken, even if you ask him, he will tell you patience is my biggest asset that I have in this game. That's great. You got to have something, right? Everyone's good. Everyone's so good. There has to be something that separates you. So if patience is his thing, make that your thing.
For Colin, get him off of 2. Me at 16-4.
Couple of points for Hodette, 16-4. You mentioned earlier, the chip on your shoulder and whatever it takes. It's like with Mark, right? Not so fast. Well, everyone, what are you talking about? Everyone thinks you're going to win anyway. But whatever that chip, hey, your boy Tom Brady, right? And Belichick and all those guys, even though they were always the favorite for that whole run, there during the week there was always some little headline, something they found to rally on.
Yep, 100%. There was always something that could motivate them to play at an extremely high level.
Yep. Couple people in chat calling a potential comeback. Who knows? I feel like this truly is one of the most difficult sports to close out a win in. You know, it's just, it becomes such a mental challenge when you. So there you go, 16-6. Yep. But, you know, such a mental challenge, right, when you get close?
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard because in most sports there's usually some type of time element where it's like, okay, once I get to a certain point, like I literally don't even have to try to beat you anymore. I can just run out of time.
That's a great point. Saved by the bell. Where'd that expression come from?
Correct.
Yeah.
So we can just let it run, and it doesn't matter. The only other sport that's kind of, I mean, I think there's two that immediately come to mind. One is baseball, but the other is tennis, right? You can, until that, you have to score the last point in tennis. And the same thing is with cornhole. You have to get across the finish line and do it that way. And if you're not playing round limited play, it means you have to fight for it. And you get any type of, you know, unfocus, and all of a sudden your opponent gets first bag and can do whatever they want to do, and they're blocking every second bag, and now you're behind. It just becomes difficult to deal with.
And what do all those sports have in common? Just the mental toughness you have to close it out. So wash there. It'll stay a 10-point game as we move on to round number 23. Well, it seemed like earlier in the day that we were just going to have a repeat of Myrtle Beach. You know, in doubles, Ryan Wiedenfeld and Chris Roybal. Mark Richards and Tony were there. They couldn't do it, but Mark was still alive in singles, and we thought, okay, wow, is this going to be an exact carbon copy of what we just saw last month?
Right. And we got half of it.
Yeah, stamp and repeat is what it seemed like it was going to be. But these two had other plans.
All in okay,
Yeah, I know,
man.
it's just.
What is he doing?
Another double four-bagger wash. Social.
Another wash. We'll move it forward.
And the thing is with Aiken, though, that makes it so frustrating to play against him is that it doesn't matter, 16-6. You want to run 40 bags in a row, let's do it, man.
Yeah.
Let's just do it. He doesn't care.
Round 24. And really, you know, I mean, there's been what? Just a handful of rounds where, I mean, how many washes have we had? I mean, there's been a handful of, I guess maybe a couple ugly rounds, but
13 washes.
yeah. I mean, Zach's chipped away with a lot of twos. Ooh, nice shot by Hodette.
Just got to be careful about the bunch here. Stay center, don't miss left. You're all right. Okay, they didn't bunch, but missed way left and ends up giving up two more. Again, you start asking the question, when do you get a little nervous? I think you're still in a really good position if you're Zach Aiken.
Yeah.
I think maybe 12. I probably start getting a little bit tense that I got him right on my heels now, but until then, I still feel like I'm in complete control because that's all it takes, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just
right.
a bag like that, all of a sudden I'm at 18.
Well, it was 14-2 at the media timeout. Odette trying to sneak around, can't get it in that slot on the right.
Now can Aiken plug, create a mess? Oh, it falls in, but I think this has got to be an airmail. There's too much upside.
Oh, hammers it in, can only take one.
He cannot believe he didn't drag anything else.
And Zach going for the rollback to try and sneak it in. Won't go, but he says, that's all right. I'll take the wash. Here it is again, the airmail attempt to try and take as many in as possible. He says, what? Oh, Colin's a good dude. Odette quickly fires it, cleans up the board. Didn't like it as soon as it left his hand. And Aiken a little bit to the right, but uses Odette's bag and bounces it in. And now he's 3 points away.
Yep, he absolutely used that as a backboard. 10-point lead.
So Zach Aiken now 3 points from his first major championship. This is our second signature. Great start to the season for this youngster here on the right. Couple of bags left here for both players here in round 27.
This is good position. Maybe force a kick there. I like actually being in front better than being in here for Aiken.
Oh, wow. Odette only able to get one, can't get both to drop. Boy, and now Odette's tournament here in Memphis is 1 point away from being over.
1 point away.
Zach Aiken's only other career title so far, singles open win last year. This could be potentially the first of many to come for the 16-year-old in a major victory. Third bag.
Oh, that's really good because you have the added extra bag advantage. Yeah, but shock, the roll king is able to roll himself out of that mess. It's got to be in. He let that one go. He said, "Get in, please." He was begging that bag to make sure it went.
Yeah, that bag needed some work to get in, didn't it? As soon as it hit the board, it was almost doing this, just kind of wobbling as it was going at the board. No more mistakes. Question mark on that one, little short right on his own lane side. Aiken sneaks around him.
Gonna have to do some work.
Yeah, this is a big one right here. So tell us a lot, and it goes off the back.
10 wins it. 1 in, 1 on, that's it.
Third bag for Colin. This is big. Flops over, and now Zach Aiken, the 16-year-old, a chance at his first major title.
That's going to do it.
And puts both of Hodette's bags in, but that's going to be enough. You're right. Hodette's bag is too short. Doesn't matter. So Zach Aiken, the 16-year-old from Piedmont, South Carolina, his first major championship as he takes down pro singles here in Memphis.
Man, he's been so close for about the past year. Got that one open win. Many times has come close. Had a chance to even sweep the weekend, but used the fuel of a performance in doubles to motivate him into getting this singles victory. Zach Aiken not going anywhere, folks.
All right, it's been a long day, so I don't want to drag this out any more than it has. 7 years together.
Yep.
I'm going to try not to make us cry again, but truly, thank you for taking a chance on me. Thank you for calling me.
Yep.
This has been an amazing ride. Truly, I feel like an end of an era. I'm going to miss you more than you know. I love you like a brother. Thank you for everything.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for everybody tuning in. Really appreciate it. It's been a great ride, and excited for the next chapter.
All right, brother. Appreciate you, man. All right, everybody, thank you so much for watching. Congratulations to all of the champions today. What an event here in Memphis. So for Corey Russell and for this someday Hall of Famer in the ACL, Trey Ryder, I'm Jeff McCarriger. As together for the last time, we say so long. Thanks for watching, and good night here from Memphis.
The Memphis Signature Open is brought to you by Bush's Baked Beans, that beautiful bean company. Camping World. Start your next adventure at Camping World, America's recreation dealer. WTF Cornhole, a bag for everyone. And the Memphis Sports Council, home of blues, soul, and rock and roll.